Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had 30 Different Quirks? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. So I just wanted to get this idea down before I forget about it. This will take place one every day for the month of January 2021, because we all need a pick-me-up, right? So yeah. Uraraka's birthday is on the 27th and Hawks's is on the so yeah. Nizu's is on New Year's Day. Hey Deku! Uraraka's cheerful voice called and Midoriya looked over at her. That is, until everything turned pitch black. Earlier, Midoriya waved at the nice lady at the counter. Her name was Angelina, or Angel for short. She had moved from America to Japan because of family issues at home. Hey Angel! Hey Mido! A girl, no less than 4 or 5 years old, peeped behind Midoriya and started jumping around. Midoriya squatted next to the small girl and waved. The little girl squealed and hid behind Angel's legs once more. Midoriya stood up and asked, "Who's the little girl?" Angel replied, "I adopted her a while ago, thought I needed some company." Midoriya nodded and squatted down to give the little girl a smile. "Hi, my name is Mido, but you can call me Deku. What's your name?" "Ananima Aoki." Midoriya smiled again. "Hey Aki. How are you?" Aki slowly came out behind her hiding spot. "Good. What about why you Mr. D Deku?" "I'm very good, thank you for asking. Do you have a quirk?" Aki nodded and Midoriya asked, "What is it?" "I can make people become different depending on how much I like them. The more I like them, the more time I can make them different." Aki started bawling. Midoriya's eyes went wide and he quickly comforted the sobbing child until all that was left was hiccups. "Well, I better get back to campus," he said and walked away, waving at the smiling Angel and Aki. Midoriya blinked his eyes open as everything slowly came back to focus. He sat up and looked at the people around him. All Might, this is after AFO battle, Recovery Girl, Aizawa, and the Deku squad crowded around the now conscious boy. "You're awake," Todoroki stated, and Midoriya gave out an awkward chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head. "Why yeah. Now eat this," All Might said as he took a vitamin gummy from Recovery Girl's bottle and moved it towards Midoriya. "Eat," he said, and everyone in the room sweat dropped. Midoriya smiled and said, "Thanks All Might." He gulped down the strawberry-flavored gummy and swallowed it. "So," Aizawa said in his dead voice, "you've been hit by a quirk that allows people to change in a way. We don't know how or why it happened and we don't know how long, but we have to make the best of it." Midoriya's eyes went wide. "I know who it is, but don't blame her. It was an accident." Aizawa sighed. "I'll believe you, problem child, but stop getting into these situations. Sensei is right," Ida said with his arm chops. "You must take care of yourself." Uraraka and Todoroki nodded at this statement. "So, I'll be different when?" "Tomorrow." Midoriya sighed and ran his hand through his hair. "I hope I don't make a fool of myself." Midoriya woke up to his alarm yelling, "I am here," in his ear. Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes and then straightened up suddenly. How could he forget? It was the first day of his month of changing. Yawning, he changed his clothes and put on his uniform, humming a tune from the song Hall of Fame by the script. Bobbing his head to the tune, he walked out of his room and occasionally hit the sides of his legs to make a rhythm. Going downstairs, he walked into the common room where most of the class was. "Hey Deku," Uraraka said, and Midoriya yelled, "Hello Uraraka." Humming some more, he got to the kitchen table and poured out some cereal and milk. In that order, mind you. "What are you humming, Karo?" Azui asked, and Midoriya replied, "I got the song Hall of Fame stuck in my head." "Huh, Karo, I love that song." It's a good song, Standing in the Hall of Fame," Midoriya said, murmuring the last part. "And the world's gonna know your name," Kirishima added. Midoriya whipped his head at Kirishima. "You know the song?" Midoriya asked. It was rare that anyone knew it, considering it was before Quirks appeared. "Yeah, it's so manly." Nodding, Midoriya said, "'Cause you burn with the brightest flame." And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. As more people came down, they listened to the duo singing. You know, they aren't so bad, Mina said, dancing to the music. Kaminari snorted. Aren't so bad, it's great. Who knew Midoriya and Kiri could carry a tune? Jiru smiled and closed her eyes, nodding to the music. It's a pretty old song, but the music is to die for. Mineta smirked. I'll show you a great tune, he drooled, picturing himself sitting in the middle with girls crowding around him. Azui's tongue smacks him back to reality. After school, Midoriya starts humming again. Not the song, Hall of Fame. Instead, he starts to sing to the song, Natural, by Imagine Dragons. Another pre-Quirk era song. Will you hold the line? When every one of them has given up and given in, tell me. In this house of mine. Nothing ever comes without a consequence or cost, tell me. Will the stars align? Will heaven step in? Will it save us from our sin, will it? 'Cause this house of mine stands strong. That's the price you pay. Leave behind your heart and cast away. Just another product of today. Rather be the hunter than the prey. And you're standing on the edge face up. 'Cause you're a natural. A beating heart of stone. You gotta be so cold. To make it in this world. Yeah, you're a natural. Living your life cutthroat. You gotta be so cold. Yeah, you're a natural. Will somebody? Let me see the light within the dark trees shadowing. What's happening? Looking through the glass, find the wrong within the past knowing. Oh, we are the youth. Cut until it bleeds inside a world without the peace, face it. A bit of the truth, that's the price you pay. Leave behind your heart and cast away. Just another product of today. Rather be the hunter than the prey. You're standing on the edge face up. 'Cause you're a natural. A beating heart of stone. You gotta be so cold. To make it in this world. Yeah, you're a natural. Living your life cutthroat. You gotta be so cold. Yeah, you're a natural. Deep inside me. I'm fading to black, I'm fading. Took an oath by the blood on my hand, won't break it. I can taste it, the end is upon us, I swear. Gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. Natural. A beating heart of stone. You gotta be so cold. To make it in this world. Yeah, you're a natural. Living your life cutthroat. You gotta be so cold. Yeah, you're a natural. Natural. Yeah, you're a natural. By the time he stops singing, he notices something. When he started the song, he was walking alone back to the dorms. The entire class was around him. Ah, keep singing. Hagakure whined and Midoriya chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. A UA student should not be this nervous around other people. Ida encouraged. It's not that I don't want to, Midoriya began. I usually don't sing. In fact, I don't like singing that much. Isn't it because of your Quirk accident? Todoroki pointed out and Midoriya chuckled awkwardly once more. I think so? It's like an urge of sorts. Well, put that urge to good use. Mina said and she dragged Midoriya towards the dorms. Come on guys, she said and waved to the class behind her. We'll go to the karaoke place. With murmurs of agreements, the class walked a bit quicker and Midoriya started crying in his heart. How did this happen? Here we are. Mina and Hagakure sang together and waved at the place in front of them. The class of 20 went into the place and Bakugo yelled, Why the f... do I have to be here? Are you afraid of singing? Todoroki asked, genuinely asking. A tick mark appeared on Bakugo's forehead. The half and half busy. Siro began, who's singing first? Bet Bakugo wouldn't, Kaminari said, and Bakugo snapped. Alright, I'm effing going. Hand me that mic. Bakugo put on a song and started to sing. Whoa, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my rust. I'm breathing in the chemicals. I'm breaking in, shaping up, then checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. I'm waking up, I feel it in my bones. Enough to make my systems blow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, 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 I'm radioactive, radioactive. Whoa, whoa, I'm radioactive, radioactive. I raise my flags, don my clothes. There's a revolution, I suppose. We'll paint it red to fit right in. I'm breaking in, shaping up, then checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. I'm waking up, I feel it in my bones. Enough to make my systems blow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Whoa, whoa, I'm radioactive, radioactive. Whoa, whoa. I'm radioactive, radioactive. All systems go, the sun hasn't died. Deep in my bones, straight from inside. I'm waking up, I feel it in my bones. Enough to make my systems blow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Whoa, whoa, I'm radioactive, radioactive. Whoa, I'm radioactive, radioactive. The karaoke place was silent as they took in Bakugu's singing. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, Karo, Ajui said. What the F you say, Frog F dash. Alright, Midoriya. You're next. Mina said as she put on a song, snatched the mic from Bakugu and shoved it into his hands. Wait, what? He yelled as Mina pushed him onto the stage. Your turn, she said and left him on the stage. Fine, he grumbled and looked at the screen. Good thing I know this, he thought and sang. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do. This hit, that ice cold. Michelle Pfeiffer, that white gold. This one for them hood girls. Them good girls, straight masterpieces. Feelin', living it up in the city. Got Chucks on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot, hot DMN. Called a police and a fireman. I'm too hot, hot DMN. Make a dragon wanna retire, I'm too hot, hot DMN. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot, hot DMN. Am I bad, 'bout that money? Break it down. Girls hit your hallelujah, ooh. Girls hit your hallelujah, ooh. Girls hit your hallelujah, ooh. 'Cause Uptown Funk gone, give it to you. 'Cause Uptown Funk gone, give it to you. 'Cause Uptown Funk gone, give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch, come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some liquor in it. Take a sip, sign a check. Julio, get the stretch. Ride to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh jar of Skippy. I'm too hot, hot DMN. Called a police and a fireman. I'm too hot, hot DMN. Make a dragon wanna retire, I'm too hot, hot DMN, hot DMN. Beach, say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot, hot DMN. Am I bad, 'bout that money? Break it down. Girls hit your hallelujah, ooh. Girls hit your hallelujah, ooh. Girls hit your hallelujah, ooh. 'Cause Uptown Funk gone, give it to you. 'Cause Uptown Funk gone, give it to you. 'Cause Uptown Funk gone, give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch, come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, before we leave, I'ma tell y'all a lil something. Uptown Funk you up. Uptown Funk you up. Uptown Funk you up. Uptown Funk you up. I said Uptown Funk you up. You up. Uptown Funk you up. Uptown Funk you up. Come on to dance, jump on it. If you CC then flaunt it. If you freaky then own it. Don't brag about it, come show me. Come on to dance, jump on it. If you CC then flaunt it. Well, it's Saturday night, and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch, come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, Uptown Funk you up. Uptown Funk you up, say what? Uptown Funk you up. Uptown Funk you up. Uptown Funk you up. Uptown Funk you up, say what? Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Say what? Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Say what? Uptown funk you up. Great job, Deku. Uraraka said, and Midoriya closed his eyes and smiled. Too bright, the class thought as they smiled back. The rest of the night was spent singing. They even got Tokoyami to sing Teenagers by My Chemical Romance and got Todoroki to sing Stressed Out by 21 Pilots. Midoriya woke up with an itchy feeling. Groaning, he sat up to scratch away the itchy feeling when he felt scales. Where the hell was his legs? Taking off the blanket, he looked down and saw a mermaid tail. So he did what any normal person would do. He screamed, "Ah, Midoriya, please keep the noise down. I must have my beauty sleep," Aoyama said as he opened the door, to see Midoriya flopping around, trying to make sense of his fishy tail. And so, Aoyama did what any other person who's seen a merman did. He screamed a high-pitched scream worthy of an opera singer. Soon, everyone was rushing towards Midoriya's room and Aoyama was blocking the door, for Midoriya's sake. Midoriya tried to get up and into his bed so he could hide his tail. He could hear everyone talking outside and he did not want to make such a large fuss. "Aoyama, let us in," Uraraka said. "The two of you were screaming like madness." Midoriya recognized that voice as Mineta. "We should be respecting each other's privacy," a booming voice said. Midoriya could already picture Ida's robot arms. Still though, Karo, why would the two scream? Think it's because of Midobro's quirk accident? By now, Midoriya was just tired. He was very annoyed by the shouting match outside and his scales were as itchy as hell. "Just let them in, Aoyama." "You sure, Mon Ami?" "Yes, I'm sure." Aoyama reluctantly opened the door to reveal Midoriya in all of his fishy glory. For a moment, there was beautiful silence. But then, chaos erupted. Kaya! All the girls were screaming their head off and everyone was trying to not freak out because Midoriya had a fish tail. "It's like the Little Mermaid," Todoroki thought out loud and the boys nodded. "Oh my goodness! How does being a mermaid feel?" Mina asked and Midoriya sighed. "It feels itchy." "Well, maybe you need water, Karo. After all, you're part fish," Azui pointed out and Midoriya sighed again. "Maybe Tsu," he replied. "We'll be in the common room making an inflatable pool," Momo said and some of the girls went down to help her, including Jairu, Azui, Hagakure, and Mina. The rest just watched them go down before turning their attention to an annoyed Midoriya. "Welp, at least it's Saturday," Siro said and Midoriya nodded. "If it were a school day, he would be missing a lot of schoolwork." "I'll float him. Can some of you guys carry him?" Uraraka said, trying not to laugh at her bestie's predicament. Soon, Kirishima and Todoroki were carrying Midoriya towards the elevator when they realized that he wouldn't be able to fit. I'll just pull in my tail a bit," Midoriya said and they managed to get into the elevator, even though they were a bit squished. The 11 or so people left waited for the other elevator to get downstairs. Bakugo was still twitching before he exploded. What the F just happened? No one knew, Bakugo, no one knew. By the time they got downstairs, Momo had already created a large, inflatable pool and was munching on an apple while creating water for the pool. Azui was testing the water temperature while Hagakure was washing Momo apples. Mina wasn't anywhere to be seen. Sure enough, when Midoriya got into the pool, he took to it like a fish to water. "You know," Kirishima said, "I don't think he'll be able to stay there for the entire day. I mean, isn't it a bit cramped?" "You're right, Karo," Azui said when the door opened and Aizawa came with Mina in tow. "So problem child is a mermaid," Aizawa hummed and Midoriya wished he could turn invisible. "Sensei, can we bring him to the outdoor pool?" Uraraka said, hitting her fist to her palm. There was practically a light bulb lighting up on top of her head. Aizawa thought about it for a moment before saying, "Sure, I'll get you all a pass." "So we're going to the pool?" another voice said and the group turned to the elevator to see the rest of the class coming into the common room. "Yep," Mina yelled and the class went back up to get their swimsuits. Midoriya was left alone with Aizawa. "Problem child, Aizawa sighed. How on earth do you get into these situations? Midoriya shrugged. After having Uraraka cancel Midoriya's gravity, she tugged him out to the pool like a little kid with a balloon. Although there were a few stairs, many just ignored the floating merman. After all, this was Yua. There were bound to be some weird stuff happening all the time. By the time they finally got to the pool, Midoriya was ready to sigh in relief. He was starting to itch again, so when Uraraka canceled his gravity, Midoriya was excited and ecstatic to get into the water. With a large splash, he started swimming up and down the pool. Then Midoriya's eyes went wide. He hadn't noticed it before, but he had gills. That meant right now, he was breathing underwater. Wait, he said underwater, could I use my quirk? He tested it out and read. Veins appeared once more with the green lightning. Using 5%, he zipped through the water. He was already fast with his quirk when swimming, but when he was a mermaid and using his quirk, he was practically a torpedo. After finally stopping, he popped out of the water to see an astonished Class 1A. What? He said, and Class 1A started to talk once more. Geez, you were so fast. Dang, who knew you could swim like that? Are you sure you're not part mermaid? Midoriya smiled at the compliments. Todoroki walked to the edge of the pool and mumbled, Are you sure you're not a secret love child from Ariel? Midoriya looked at Todoroki, exasperated. Ariel isn't a real character. So that's a no then? Midoriya sighed and said, Come on, are you going to stand there, or what? The Baku squad, besides Bakugo, was the first to jump into the pool and then everyone else followed. Midoriya swam around them as Bakugo yelled, Stop effing showing off, you demon nerd. Hey, wanna race, Karo? Azui asked and Midoriya grinned. You're on. On your marks. Ida yelled as they went to one side of the pool, Get set, go. Midoriya activated One for All and the two zoomed through the water. Midoriya pulled ahead of Azui, using 8% of One for All. Reaching the finish line, it wasn't long for Azui to reach the finish line after him. I guess a fish is faster than a frog, Karo? Yeah, maybe. The rest of the day was spent with races, in which Midoriya always won and resulted in a fuming Bakugo. Marco Polo, Kaminari kept asking who Marco Polo was, and some volleyball, in which Midoriya used his tail sometimes to hit the ball. Midoriya sat up as he rubbed his eyes. Another day of transformation. To think that he was getting used to it, and it was only day Midoriya was pretty sure that wasn't normal. Swinging his feet over the side of the bed, he stopped rubbing his eyes and looked down. His feet weren't even close to touching the ground. Midoriya looked at his chubby hands and his eyes widened. No way. He looked at his shirt that was now limply hanging on his shoulders. At least it didn't fall off. Midoriya stiffened up and sighed. Now what was he going to do with his pants? He contemplated on just tying on some shorts and bunching up the excess with a rubber band like the way the girls did with their shirts. With another sigh, he put on his smallest pair of shorts, got a rubber band from his drawer, and tied his shorts around his waist as tight as he could. He didn't need his pants falling off as well, thank you very much. His shirt was also dangling a bit too much for his taste, so Midoriya tied it off as well, with another rubber band. Now somewhat ready, he looked at the clock and smiled. All the boys should be downstairs by now. That meant that no one was in the bathroom. Sneaking out of his room, he tiptoed his way towards the bathroom, where he got a stool from the corner to brush his teeth. Midoriya thought about hiding in his room for the rest of the day but knew that his classmates would probably look for him. He might as well get it over with. He went inside the elevator and went down to the common room. The elevator door opened to show off Midoriya in his baby glory as the class stared at the mini Midoriya. The F-Deku? Bakugo said and the girls promptly screamed. Not this again, Siro complained and some of the girls walked over to the tiny Midoriya. You are so cute. Hagakure said, lifting Midoriya in the air and twirling him. He kicked his feet around. Midoriya didn't have anything against Hagakure. It's just that it's very alarming to not see anything supporting him, especially when he was so small. I think you should put him down, Hagakure, Ajuru said and Hagakure reluctantly put him down. Midoriya flashed a thankful smile towards Ajuru. So bright, the class thought. So, now what do we do? Kirishima asked and everyone put out several ideas. Dress him up, Go outside? What? Midoriya's so cute. Shouldn't we get him some proper clothes? Sato pointed out and everyone looked at Midoriya, who flushed bright red. Yeah, we wouldn't want his pants to drop, would we? Kaminari said and Momo created a shirt and pants to match Midoriya's size. After grabbing the clothes provided, Midoriya thanked Momo and raced towards the elevator to put them on. He could hear some of his classmates laughing downstairs. Midoriya blushed slightly once more. Midoriya, after putting on his clothes, went back downstairs, where he saw his classmates arguing. He walked over to see what was going on. Outside. Indoors. Outside. Indoors. Ida was reprimanding them for arguing when Todoroki spotted Midoriya. He lifted him up. I'll get you out of here before they... There's Midoriya. Why don't we ask him? Notice. Midoriya's sweat dropped at Todoroki's failed rescue as Mina grabbed him and asked, Do you want to go out or stay in? Midoriya asked, What's the difference? You get dressed up or you go outside with us. Midoriya immediately replied, Outside. He wasn't so desperate to not be seen that he would dress up for the girls. Mina groaned as some of the boys cheered. Good job, Midobro. Kirishima said and Zero nodded. Yeah, we weren't looking forward to a fashion show. He smiled at the boys who covered their eyes. What could go wrong? Midoriya walked with Uraraka's hand in his right hand and Ida's in his left as they walked through the mall with Mina skipping in front of him. Where are we going to go first, Karo? Azui asked and Jairu said, Why don't we go to the movie theater? I heard they came out with a new hero movie. Midoriya's eyes sparkled as Uraraka laughed. Deku would probably watch it. Especially if there are heroes in it. The others voiced their opinions and soon, the class of 20 found themselves paying for 20 tickets to see the movie. Meanwhile, so, you can confirm that the brat's a kid? Yep, I can't wait to see him. So cute. Especially with some blood. Shut up, you deranged vampire. Dabi. Stop it. Listen up, the kid's a kid so we can take him. He's the reason Sensei's in Tartarus. Fine. Yay. Kurojairi. At your service? Shigaraki. Later. Geez, that was so manly during the scene when the hero saved the villain. You say everything is manly. True, Kirishima said as they went out of the theater 2 hours later. Midoriya found himself holding hands with Todoroki and Momo. I'm not putting ships in this fanfic. You can theorize and come up with conspiracy theories. BGMI even saying let's just go back to the FIC. Yeah, but you have to admit, it was pretty cool of him to do that, Mineta said, for once, not saying something perverted. It was so sad when watch out. Uraraka cried as blue fire lit up the mall. Rocks and waste were falling as the mall shook. Citizens were screaming and running around as Class 1A activated their quirks. Some of them, such as Ida, Koda, Hagakure, Mina, and Zero were helping the citizens get away while some, like Todoroki and Momo, focused on putting out the fires. Others like Uraraka, Sato, Ajuru, and Kirishima were taking care of the debris around them. The rest were looking around and surrounding Midoriya, hiding him from view. I'm going to take Midoriya away. Uraraka shouted as she grabbed Midoriya. All right. Azui said, using her long tongue to move the citizens away. Kirishima, looking around, spotted the villain who caused the fire. You won't get away. Kirishima said as he activated his quirk and ran towards him. Dabi just lifted an eyebrow. But I already did. Dabi stepped back where a purple portal was forming and disappeared. Where's Midoriya? Uraraka asked as she lifted some rocks away. Didn't you take him away? Momo said. What? Besides, why would I? My quirk's better for helping with the mess. Then Karo, Azui said, Who took Midoriya? Silence fell on the class as the truth dawned upon them. Midoriya was now in the hands of the villains. Midoriya woke up to find himself instead of his room, a dark one. He looked around and remembered. The villain attack. Remembering he wasn't a baby, he looked down to see what he was. Midoriya hoped he wasn't changing colors or something. He just wanted to be able to get out. Midoriya thanked his lucky stars when he saw what he was. Lifting his arm, he peered through it. Slightly transparent, he swiped at a wall. His hand went through it like nothing. He wondered whether he could change his transparency and closed his eyes. After a few moments, he looked at his arm, only to find it disappeared. Midoriya looked for the rest of his body, but it had also disappeared. Grinning, Midoriya flew through the door that kept him in this room. As he went through the metal maze of hallways, Midoriya wanted to facepalm himself. He could just fly through the roof. Facing up, he went through the floors and roofs to see the base in an abandoned. Looking around, he figured out the address and swiftly went back to UA. Meanwhile, how could we let Midoriya get taken by the villains? Mina yelled and the rest of the class glumly nodded. They were disappointed in themselves and were now in the common room, upset. What if they discover Midoriya's accident? Uraraka murmured and the class turned grim. If the villains knew of it, what would they do? And if they take advantage of him? Hey you guys. I am here. It's like I can hear his voice, Hagakure said. You can. I'm here. Wait a sec. Momo then asked, did anyone else hear that? Now that you mention it. Here I am. Midoriya turned visible and floated in the middle of the dorms. The class blinked at him before shouting a collective, "What? Are you a ghost?" Ida asked, pushing up his glasses. It was rather shocking for him to see his friend only partly visible and floating a few inches off the ground. Midoriya grinned and flew a few loop-de-loops. Yep. I escaped and went through the roof. Audrey sighed. Geez, how lucky are you? Shrugging, Midoriya replied, I don't know. Is it lucky to be hit by the quirk, or is it lucky to turn into the right thing to escape? True, Audrey responded and Uraraka bounced to him. We're just glad you're back. Hey, Todoroki said, if you were able to get here, do you know where their base is? They stared at Midoriya, whose eyes went wide as he said, Oh shoot! I forgot to tell Aizawa-sensei. And with that said, he zoomed through the walls towards the school. Aizawa held his head in his hands as he sat in a meeting. Midoriya had been taken and, unlike last time, they had no idea where Midoriya could be. So how could they find him? It turned out he would find them. Because right in the middle of their meeting, Midoriya's head popped through the table like Mirio's. Bleck! Toshinori spat out a bit of blood before dabbing it with a handkerchief. Midoriya? Aizawa asked and Midoriya flew through the table. Now fully visible, Aizawa could see that his student was translucent. I'm a ghost, Midoriya said, waving his arms. Present Mike covered his mouth and snorted. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Of course Yamato would think this is funny. So, Midoriya, Nizu said, considering that you are, as you put it, a ghost, I assume that you walked out of the villain base. Do you know their location or any clues to it? Well, Midoriya began, I don't know the exact location, but they're in an abandoned church-like building along XXXXX Street. That was surprisingly easy, Ectoplasm remarked and the rest agreed. Sighing, Aizawa turned towards Midoriya. Please go to the class and tell them school is not cancelled anymore. Nodding, Midoriya flew back through the floor. Ah, Kaminari whined as they walked to school with their uniforms on. Do we have to? Yes. Ida said, waving his arms around like a human robot. As a UA student, you must attend to your studies to the best of your abilities. Groaning, Kaminari continued to trudge to school. Uraraka was holding Midoriya's bag. So, how are you going to work? She asked and Midoriya shrugged. I think I can pick up stuff though, if I concentrate enough. Midoriya focused on solidifying his hand and picked up a pencil, only to drop it. I guess it's like Tagato-senpai's only the opposite, he observed, picking up the pencil once more. Uraraka smiled. Well, at least you'll be able to work. Midoriya nodded. Yeah. It'd be a disaster if I couldn't. They continued to make their way to the school with the rest of the loud class. Hey, Midoriya. Kaminari whispered to him after class. Yeah, Kaminari? Midoriya asked and Kaminari pulled him in close to let him hear. Oh, I can do that. Midoriya said once Kaminari had told him his plan. Kaminari grinned. This would be a good prank. Tagato Mirio was a third year and had the quirk permeation. He was quite proud of it and how he strengthened himself to use it to the best of his abilities. He also liked how unique and out of the ordinary it was. He was walking down one of the hallways with his friends Nijire and Amajiki. Together, they made up the Big Three, or the top 3 students of UA. "Hey, Tagato-senpai," one of his kuhais yelled. "Hey, it's one of the first years," Nijire pointed out. Tagato turned to look at the blonde underclassman. He had a black lightning bolt in his hair. Tagato thought it looked pretty cool. "Yes." "Oh, my name is Kaminari," he said and stuck out his hand. Tagato shook it. "Wow, you got cool hair. Did you dye it or something?" Nijire asked, and Amajiki just faced the wall and muttered something along the lines, "Too bright." "No. I actually got this from my quirk." Kaminari answered, and Nijire nodded happily. "Do you need anything, Kaminari?" he asked, and Kaminari nodded. "Have you seen Midoriya? Green fluffy hair? Big eyes and freckles?" Tagato shook his head, and Nijire said, "Nope. Sorry, buddy. Here I am." Tagato turned to face the noise when he saw Midoriya's head halfway through the wall. "Gah! Oh my goodness gracious! It's a green Mirio!" Nijire yelled, pointing at the wall and the green-headed kid. "Oh great! Another bright person." Tagato turned to face Kaminari, only to see Kaminari silently laughing at the 3. "This is a prank?" Kaminari nodded, and Nijire said, "Wow. How'd you do it?" Tagato nodded. "How did they do it?" "He had his quirk, but last time he checked, Midoriya had super strength. He got hit by a quirk and is now a ghost for a day." "Whoa, ghosts exist?" "Yeah. It's so surprising, right?" "Cool." Tagato started laughing. "Well, that was a great joke. That sure got us in the Halloween spirit." Nijire started laughing at his joke. "Still too bright." Midoriya woke up earlier than he usually was, around 2 hours earlier. He didn't know why, but he felt empty. He felt broken. He felt a space in his heart that was supposed to be filled. He tried to smile, then tried to frown, then tried to cry. He came to one conclusion. He was emotionless. Midoriya walked down into the empty common room. Or at least, it was supposed to be empty. He spotted a bright yellow copy of himself sitting on the couch, drinking some soda. "Oh, looks like you're awake already. I thought it would take 10 more minutes, the other him said, looking at the clock in the room. Who are you? And why do you look like me?" "I'm the happiness part of you." Was that supposed to make sense? Basically, you have been split up into your different emotions and moods. That made more sense. So, what should I do? Go find them, of course. If any of them disappear, then you would lose that part of yourself. Duh. Midoriya's eyes widened. Just then, the elevator came to life and opened its doors. "Midoriya? You're already up? You're not usually." "Midoriya, why are there 2 of you?" Ida looked back and forth between the 2 Midoriyas. "And why is the other you yellow?" "Apparently, my emotions and I split, so now my emotions are actually people. Until tomorrow, I'm emotionless. He's my happiness emotion." Ida nodded. "So, do we need to find them?" "I guess, considering that if anything happens to one of them, I'll lose that part of me." "Then we must find them," Ida yelled, chopping his hands around. "Ida, you're too loud." The 2-3, if you count the other Midoriya, turned around to see the rest of the class, whose jaws dropped. "Midoriya, why is there a yellow you?" Kaminari asked. Midoriya just sighed and repeated his explanation. "So there are how many of you running around?" "Happiness? How many me exist?" "There's me, fear, anger, sadness, disgust, and trust." "Geez, we have to find 5 Midoriyas?" "Okay, who's getting Aizawa-sensei?" "I got him last time." "So Problem Child's been split into 8 other problem children and we have to find 7 of them?" "Yep, Aizawa-sensei." Of course Problem Child's in the center of all of this. "Audru, you can tell the rest of the class that I'll let them skip classes to find the Problem Child's emotions." The class of 20, well, 22 if you counted Happiness Midoriya and Aizawa, was split into 3 groups. Try to make it as easy to remember as possible. Team 1. Happiness Midoriya, Aizawa, Todoroki, Uraraka, Ida, Aoyama, and Azui. Team 2, Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, Mina, Siro, Jairu, and Hagakure. Team 3, Ajuru, Sato, Koda, Tokoyami, Shuji, Shinso, and Momo. The first team was going to look around the dorms. The second team was going to look around the UA building, and the third team was going to look in the UA building. We'll meet back in 30 minutes, Aizawa instructed. Hi. Midoriya was in a team with his other self, his sensei, and the so-called Deku squad. He still didn't know why they were called that. It really confused him. Alright, problem child 2, where should we start looking? Well, it'd be where they'd be most comfortable. Like how Midoriya's always happiest in the dorms, so I was in the dorms. Things like that. Aizawa sighed. Alright then, let's just look around the dorms. The group of 7 walked around the dorms while looking around a few trees here and there. Hey Karo, what's up there? Azui pointed up and Uraraka replied, It looks like Deku, but dark blue. Todoroki asked, Now what do we do? Hey, Sadness. Happiness shouted and Sadness looked down at him gloomily, Come on down. Why should I? Sadness asked and he slumped against the tree trunk. Kaken hates me, everyone doesn't like me, and it might as well rain. This comment made everyone naturally upset. Of course we like you, Deku. Uraraka shouted. Then why am I a Deku? Why am I useless? Uraraka stared at him and the others remembered what Bakugo yelled at the Quirk apprehension test. That you are not useless. You are an amazing hero. Ida yelled and Todoroki nodded. Azui caroled, It's not like Ida could lie. It's probably impossible for him to. No, it isn't. Have you ever lied? No. Exactly my point. Happiness looked back at Sadness. Will you come back down now? Sadness sighed. Sure. Sadness shimmied down the tree and laid down on the ground. Drag me? He asked and raised his foot. Happiness grabbed hold of the foot and dragged him away. The others sweat dropped at this. Does anyone get the reference? Bakugo did not like the emotionless Deku. It reminded him too much of his comment in middle school. He had nightmares, cold chills of what could have happened. So he'd be mad if he let any of Deku's emotions slip away. Wouldn't it be cool if Deku was the entire rainbow? Yeah. He's already green. Unless what? Unless there's another green. Remember? Disgust. Oh yeah. Look at that plant. Mina shouted, pointed at a rather tall and bushy plant. Hagakure stared at it. That isn't a plant, that's Midoriya. Siro walked up to the green Midoriya leaning against the back of a bench. His eyes were closed and he had his arms crossed. Dude, you're part of Midoriya, right? The green Midoriya opened his eyes and nodded. Yep, my name's Disgust. Siro nodded and waved the others over. Here's Disgust. He looked back at Disgust, whose nose was scrunched up. What? Your fashion sense is horrible. Disgusting. What? Orange does not go with purple. Mina smiled and nudged her elbow at Kaminari. I like this Midoriya. He agrees with me. Kirishima looked around and pointed a light blue thing behind Disgust's feet. What's that? Disgust looked down. Oh, that's Fear. He's been hiding from Kaken since he saw him. He insisted on staying with me. Only because the others had already left before he could follow. Bakugo felt his heart drop. Did that mean that Fear remembered his comment? Disgust must have read his mind because Disgust said, He forgives you by the way, Kaken. The others looked at Bakugo in confusion and Bakugo sighed, I used to be a really shitty guy, more FING shitty than now. That's all you fuckers are going to get. Hagakure sighed, well, we should keep going. Maybe we'll find another Midoriya. Shinso got in Class 1A about 1 or 2 months ago and he'd admit that he didn't know them very well. But if there was one thing he knew he was pretty good friends with Midoriya, who despite hearing his quirk, wanted to be friends. Shinso found him to be interesting as well. So here he was in Class 1A, looking for Midoriya's other selves. He did not sign up for this. Just then he heard explosions. Hey, is that Bakugo? Ajura asked and Momo shook her head. I wouldn't think so. His explosions sound deeper and this sounds more like falling rocks. Going into the gym, they saw a red Midoriya pummeling the concrete pillars with his quirk. That's anger. Sato realized and Shinso wanted to roll his eyes. No duh, he thought as he looked at the raging red Midoriya. Oi, Midoriya. What? Gotcha. Alright, come here. Midoriya walked over towards them and Shinso grabbed his hand and released him from his brainwashing. What the oi? Good job you used your quirk. Now let me go back and release some anger. Why? What the heck you mean why? Kaken's such a big JRK so I want to hit something. Well, that was reasonable. I'm going to pretend that I'm hitting Kaken, just like he did to me. What do you mean? Shuji asked and anger yelled back. That Kaken bullied me so I'm gonna bully the cement. Now let me go. But would that do any good? Anger turned around to look at Shinso. What did you mean? It feel good. But you're acting like Bakugu to the cement. What if the cement wasn't cement but a person? You'd be just as bad as him. Tisich, fine. I'll go with you but you guys owe me a spar. I won't go as hard as Kaken. Shinso smiled. Midoriya seemed like an enigma. But Midoriya was human as well. That was nice to know. After 30 minutes, everyone met back at the dorms. Has anyone found trust? Fear asked and everything went silent. Just then, Aizawa's phone rang. Hello? Principal Nizu? Ah, hello Aizawa. I had a lovely talk with one of Midoriya's personalities. We talked for a few hours and it was quite interesting to see his view of everything. His quirk analysis is really something. Aizawa could feel a headache come on. As he laid down in his bed, he sighed and smiled. He didn't have any multiple personalities. Trust him, it was difficult to keep track of all of them. Sadness would talk about death, so would speaking with the class 1A goth. Anger always picked a fight with Bakugu, and disgust would have a fashion war with everyone. Midoriya didn't even know what a fashion war even was. Sitting up, he felt an itch on his head. Midoriya reached up and touched something that wasn't there before. He almost let out a sharp, high-pitched yelp but was able to shut his mouth before it got out. Throwing the blanket off him, he looked at his feet. His feet. That won't be able to fit in his shoes. Reaching back up, he felt around and found the weird thing again. He put his other hand up. There were two weird things. Then it hit him. He was a bunny. Groaning, he put on his uniform with no problem besides some difficulties with his pants. He looked back down at his feet and sighed. This would probably hurt his eardrums. Opening the door, he saw Tokoyami straight away. Ah, hello Midoriya. Are you aware of your bunny ears? Midoriya sighed again. Those. Yeah, Midoriya said and Tokoyami flashed his a sympathetic smile. Good luck, he said and Midoriya snorted. Thanks. I'll need it. The two went down to the common room where most of the class was eating breakfast. Midoriya, you've been waking up a bit later than usual. Are you? Momo started but stopped once she saw Midoriya and everyone stared. Then chaos broke out. So cute. Uraraka patted the top of his head and Midoriya sighed. It had already happened so many times earlier that he got used to it and didn't blush. I know right. Hagakure said and Mina nodded enthusiastically. Todoroki put his hand on Midoriya's shoulder. I pity you. That comment did not make Midoriya feel any better. The teachers didn't help. Ooh, how adorable. Midnight remarked as she patted Midoriya's head. It almost turns me on. Midoriya blushed and shivered slightly. That wasn't a good thing. Wow. Little listeners, a bunny. Present Mike yelled through the classroom and Midoriya put his face in his hands. Present Mike was not helping, as he ruffled Midoriya's fluffy hair even more. Midoriya was probably happiest during hero training. They had put on their suits. For Midoriya, they barely got on, and were now standing in the cement gymnasium to improve their moves. For the first time since that day, he was pretty excited. After all, his move was focused on kicking and what was Maruko, who was amazing with the strength of her kicks. A bunny, who was also the number 5 pro hero, mind you. So when Midoriya activated One for All and used his full cowl to do a sidekick to a concrete pillar. The pillar broke into bits at the impact and the stone pillar started becoming a stone's pillar which fell to pieces on the ground. The loud sound attracted his classmates' attention as they stared at the destroyed cement. I'm never going to annoy Midoriya ever, at least for today, Kaminari whispered to Mina, who nodded. Kaminari then got ear-raped by Jiraiya. Geez, how manly! Kirishima shouted and Bakugo was shouting at him to shut up. With a few swear words mixed in, of course. Oi, can you do that with me but a little bit less stronger? Kirishima turned to Midoriya, who hesitantly nodded. Midoriya decided he was going to use half the power he had used and build it up to a point at which both Kirishima and he could improve. It would be a battle of endurance. The two walked towards an empty area and Midoriya powered up once more. Hit me with your best. Shot. Kirishima said, using his super move, Red Riot Unbreakable. All right. Midoriya yelled as he kicked Kirishima. Some of his classmates decided to watch, read, Bakugo yelling at Kirishima to hold the F on, and some decided to go back to working on their super moves. Midoriya smiled as he attacked the defending Kirishima. Even if he was cute and adorable, he'd make sure that he'd have the strength to protect everyone. With a smile. Geez, Kirishima said, you sure pack a manly kick, Midoriya. It was after school now and the class was walking back to dorms. It honestly surprised me how hard I could kick as well. Midoriya nodded and an unlikely person put in his 2 cents. It has to do with the fact that he's a rabbit. Of course his kicks would be stronger, Shinso said, and Kirishima made an "oh, I get it" face at Shinso. All right. Mina shouted and literally lunged at Midoriya's hair. Midoriya, you can't just stay in there. Ida yelled at Midoriya's door. I don't want to come out. Just pass me dinner, I'll eat in here. You must be pretty desperate, bro, Siro commented, standing next to Ida. You don't know what it's like for people to randomly walk up to you and touch your hair. So? What's your point? I'm staying in here. I don't want to come out. Midoriya repeated and Kaminari just sighed. Ida, dude, just give him the food. He's not going to come out anyway. Ida nodded and said, all right. Midoriya opened the door and took the plate from Ida. Thanks, he said with a blinding smile and closed the door. Midoriya woke up with a sneeze. So he sneezed. And sneezed again. And sneezed one more time. He didn't notice what was going on outside until he heard Aoyama scream his head off. As Midoriya quickly got dressed, Tokoyami and Shinso had already beaten him to it. What's going on, Aoyama? Shinso asked, and Aoyama must have pointed to something because Shinso then said, what the F dash? That is not normal, Tokoyami said, and the two others replied with, you think. Finally dressed, he sneezed one more time. They grew. His eyes widened and he rushed out of his room to Aoyama's to see the sunflowers they had planted earlier at Aoyama's window. Actually, it was on the verge of reaching the 3rd floor. Oh, Midoriya, mon ami. Are you the cause of this, Midoriya? Shinso asked, crossing his arms, and Midoriya sheepishly grinned. I guess I am, and the 3 sweat dropped. Sighing, Shinso put his head in one of his hands and Tokoyami jerked his head to the door. Come on, he said, we'll be late otherwise. Midoriya sneezed and the plants outside grew once more. The 4 stopped to stare at it. Well, that confirms it. This is all Midoriya's fault. You can't just blame me. Midoriya whined, covering his blushing face in his hands. As the 4 rode the elevator downstairs, Kaminari looked out his window to see that the sunflowers grew right below Ida's window. I'm pretty sure that they were a lot shorter, he murmured as he got ready for class. Once the 4 got downstairs, the class turned towards Midoriya. Once they saw him looking normal, they went back to what they were doing. Geez, not so interesting now you look normal, Shinso commented. Aoyama replied, you cannot outsparkle my glitter and shine now. He was posing like normal with his hands both on his head. The 3 others sweat dropped at Aoyama's brightness and Midoriya turned towards the class. If you see any unusual plant growth, it's probably me today. The others nodded at this statement and Midoriya grinned. Today should be more normal, right? Okay, Midoriya took back everything he said earlier. Today was not normal at all. In fact, Midoriya was pretty certain that he was more noticeable than when he was a mermaid. If that wasn't bad, Midoriya didn't know what was. Achoo! Midoriya sneezed and he sighed as he looked down at his feet. The grass around him had grown half his height, but that was because the grass was being controlled by the cement path blocking its way up. The grass could only squeeze through the small cracks in the concrete. But still, wasn't this a bit too high? Midoriya practically made an entire plant wall wherever he walked. And the worst part about it was that it stayed the way it was. So, until they got the grass cut down, they were stuck of this otherwise permanent reminder. Sneezing once more, he looked back at the very visible path he created and sighed once more. Uraraka patted him on the back while saying things along the line of, "Don't worry about it." That did not make him feel any better about his sneezes at all. Achoo! Midoriya quietly sneezed in class. He didn't know yet, but the small grass patch underneath the Class 1A window grew just a bit. Then again, Class 1A was a few floors above the ground. Midoriya kept sneezing until at one point during literacy, Bakugo finally yelled, "Shut up, Deku." Midoriya sneezed again and Bakugo's hands twitched in anger. "Dude, it's not his fault he's like that." "Chill out," Siro said and Bakugo shouted, "SOI sauce, shut the F up. Your argument can wait, right now it's time to worry about literature and not getting homework." The class stared at Bakugo until he finally turned away with a "Teach." The time for hero training quickly came and Midoriya sighed as he took his briefcase from the shelves. Going over to the boys' changing room, he quickly put on his costume and got out before he could sneeze. Midoriya did not want to get yelled at by Bakugo, "Thank you very much." He'd rather be alive and sneezing than dead by his explosions. Let's just say that the plants may have been stopped due to them training in one of the factory place simulations. Midoriya was able to use One for All to jump through the many pipes. He didn't sneeze at all. Midoriya was walking outside to get back to the dorms when he saw it. The long grass underneath one of the windows was so tall, it was falling down. The grass curved down to touch the ground like if it were seagrass. "What is happening?" Todoroki asked and Midoriya shrugged. He seriously did not have an answer. Midoriya was pretty certain that he did not go to this dirt place besides the Quirk apprehension test. He looked up and saw the answer. Aizawa-sensei was in the classroom, standing with his back to the window. The window belonged to the classroom. Class 1A's classroom. Midoriya sat by the window. He groaned in annoyance and Todoroki was the one trying to comfort him. "At least you are not the hand crusher," Todoroki said in his deadpan voice and Midoriya chuckled. "Yeah. But you do know that you are also not the hand crusher, right?" Midoriya asked, turning to the serious Todoroki. Todoroki's eyebrows furrowed. "What do you mean? I've ruined your hand and Ida's hand. Doesn't that mean I'm the hand crusher? Since I'm always involved. Just because you were there doesn't mean you were the cause of it." "Sure. Just like how you and All Might aren't really father and son. We really aren't father and son. I've told you this several times." Don't give me that look." Midoriya sneezed once more on the way to the dorms and Hagakure said, "Midoriya, if you pinch your nose, you can't sneeze." "Really?" Midoriya asked hopefully and Hagakure shrugged. "It always works for me." Midoriya smiled, "All right." He tried Hagakure's technique. It did not work. Midoriya ended up staying in his room once more, but this time, he let everyone else in. If he was going to make the plants grow crazy, he might as well only make a few plants grow really tall. The next morning, Kaminari looked out his window to see the plants from earlier grow up and past the 5th floor. What the hell? How does Midoriya sneeze that much? Midoriya groaned as he rolled onto his stomach to look at his alarm clock. That's when he realized what the quirk made him become. That's also approximately when he yelled bloody murder. He sat up and felt at his hair. There wasn't any change, thankfully, but his body definitely had some changes. Midoriya blushed slightly. "Midoriya, are you all right in there?" Shinsu's voice rang through the door. Can you get one of the girls?" Midoriya asked, hesitantly. It was silent for a moment before Shinso said, "What? Can you get one of the girls? And why do you need one of the girls?" "I kinda need to know something," Midoriya replied and Shinso sighed. "It's because you turned into something that you don't want the boys to see," Shinso guessed. Midoriya started to nod, but realized that Shinso couldn't see through the door. Yeah, so can you get one of the girls? He faintly heard Shinso murmur, that's a first, before saying, sure, but don't blame me if they kill your eardrums. Midoriya silently gulped as he heard Shinso walk away from his door. Looking around his room, he put on his regular school pants over his boxers and looked at his shirt. It should be good enough, right? Someone knocked at the door. Midoriya, Shinso said you needed one of us, what is it? Momo said and Uraraka yelled, what do you need? Can you guys enter and close the door? The door opened and Momo and Uraraka entered the room to see Midoriya as a girl. Oh my goodness. Uraraka covered her mouth with her hands and Momo nodded. Alright, I can see why you want our help, Momo said. Uraraka, can you get some clothes and put them in a bag? Probably a size C? Like yours. Uraraka nodded confidently and walked out of the room. Midoriya fidgeted with his fingers. He wouldn't call him her. He wasn't that far out yet. Hopefully. After a few minutes, Uraraka returned and Momo turned to Midoriya. Taking out a piece of fabric, she said, this is a bra. Turn around and put it on. Midoriya turned around and took of his shirt. Grabbing the bra from Momo, he put the bra over his head and put it on. Momo sighed silently while thinking, good thing Uraraka got the stretchy one and not the clip one. Momo then said out loud, alright, now you can put on your uniform. We probably wouldn't be able to get the girls' uniforms, so you'll have to wear your normal uniform on. Uraraka waved by as the two went out of the room. Call us if you need anything. Midoriya blushed as he put on his shirt, tie, and jacket. He sighed in relief as it was easy to move around in. If it hadn't, Midoriya would have turned bright red. He was not a tomato. As he got his bag and went downstairs, his heart pounded against his chest. Hopefully he could sneak out? When Midoriya got to the common room, his hopes were crushed. Most, if not all, of Class 1A were at the common room. And when he got there, Midoriya, Shiro yelled and Midoriya blushed. So this is why you didn't let me in your room, Shinso noted and Kaminari asked, don't tell me you got turned into a girl. Midoriya bit the inside of his lip and Mina yelled, Midoriya is now one of us. Midoriya is under our protection. Todoroki tilted his head. Whose protection? He asked and Mina waved over the girls. Our protection, Hagakure said, crossing her arms, not like anyone knew. Midoriya sweat dropped at their actions and let the girls pull him away to school. You are a girl now? Aizawa asked. Midoriya nodded shyly and Aizawa sighed. Of course you are. Oh my word, you are so cute as a girl. Midnight squealed and Midoriya put his head in his hands in embarrassment. Don't cover up your sweet face. Midnight said and the class chuckled quietly at Midoriya's misfortune. So, do I change in the girls' changing room? Midoriya asked right before hero training. Aizawa nodded and All Might said, yes, young Midoriya. Midoriya faintly flushed and walked over to the changing room. He really wanted to be a boy again. Midoriya's still shy. Mina laughed and Jiru rolled her eyes. Of course he would be, she said. It's not every day you get turned into a girl and get forced into changing in there. Changing room. Midoriya was changing with back towards everyone and if anyone looked closely, his face was a deep crimson. But still, Mina whined, we're now all girls. It's not like Midoriya can change it right now. But he's still a boy at heart, Karo. Why do you think we call him, instead of she? Azui put in her 2 cents and the other girls nodded. Well, said Hagakure, at least it's Midoriya and not like that other guy. What was his name again? It was Mineta, Momo informed her and Hagakure nodded. Yeah, that guy. Mineta was a short pervert. That's all the girls needed to know to hate his perverted tendencies on the first day. He was eventually put in general studies though. Yep, at least it's not him, Jiru sighed in relief. Meanwhile, it must be really awkward for Midoriya, Ajuru said as he put on his hero suit. Kirishima nodded. Yeah, but Midoriya is manly. He won't do anything dishonest. Tisich, Bakugu snorted. Demon Deku wouldn't even cheat on a goddamn test. No way he would act that shitty. Kaminari nodded. At least he's not my Netta. Yeah, at least Midoriya's not my Netta. A certain purple head was working on his work when he sneezed. I better not be sick or something. And if anyone's talking about me, it'd better not be an insult, he said, as he scribbled numbers onto his sheet. The day was awkward, especially in the changing room. However, after school it was pretty normal. For their standards at least. Heavens sake, they could be attacked by villains and they'd think it'd be normal. Class 1A was weird like that. Mina had managed to pull him into a girl's sleepover, since it was Friday. They had somehow managed to convince Midoriya to let them do his finger and toenails and painted them into Class 1A students. Somehow it worked, even the toenails. What they didn't tell Midoriya was that it would last for at least a few days. As midnight grew closer, the actual girls slept over. Midoriya went back to his dorm at 11. Once Midoriya lied down on the bed, he sighed. Tomorrow he would be back to being a boy. He quite enjoyed that idea very much. Midoriya woke up to the sound of his alarm and quickly shut it off. He itched his chest and then looked down quickly. Midoriya grinned when he saw he was back to being a boy again. Quickly taking off the shirt to take off the bra, the shirt caught on two things on his head. Midoriya's eyes went wide. If there were two things on his head, that meant. Touching the top of his head, he groaned. Was the universe trying to kill him? The two soft fluffy ears twitched as he stroked them. Midoriya had to admit, scratching them was pretty comfortable. After finally taking the bra off, he put on his shirt. He put the bra into a small plastic bag to deliver to Uraraka. As he put on his pants, he felt his tail swish around. Wait a moment. He had a tail? Midoriya looked down and saw his smooth green tail move around. He curled it around his right leg and sighed. How was he going? To put on his pants? He decided to put his tail through one of the pant legs, his right one to be exact. As he made his way to Uraraka's dorm, Ajiru walked by. Midoriya got an idea. Hey Ajiru? Yeah Midoriya? Ajiru asked and Midoriya shuffled his feet. How do you put on pants if you have a tail? I have special pants. You're not saying you have a tail. Midoriya sighed. Yeah, I do. Ajiru's eyebrows furrowed. But why a tail? One of his ears twitched and Ajiru did a double take. You're a cat. I didn't notice the ears till now. Your hair hides it really well. Midoriya nodded and uncurled his tail off his leg and brought it down, so that Ajiru could see it. I don't think I have anything that can help. Besides, I'm bigger than you as well as my tail, Ajiru said, pointing at his own tail. Ah, thanks anyway, Midoriya said and asked, can you not tell anyone about it? I don't want to die. Ajiru let out a chuckle and affirmed that he wouldn't. Midoriya smiled slightly. Thanks, Ajiru. Midoriya waved to Ajiru and he waved back. Midoriya went back up the elevator and knocked on Uraraka's door. He brought his tail back up and curled his tail to the top of his leg. Uraraka opened the door and she said, Oh, hey. Are you returning it? Midoriya nodded and Uraraka beamed. Great, she said and took the bag. Thanks, Deku. He smiled and Uraraka shut the door while thinking, geez, how bright can a smile get? Once the door was completely closed, Midoriya mentally let out a breath of relief. If he played his cards right, he could get away with being a cat. Even if Ajiru did know he was a cat, Ajiru would definitely not tell anyone if Midoriya told him not to. He was trustworthy like that. Going onto the elevator, he went down to the common room and went to the kitchen to make some cereal. Hello, Midoriya, Todoroki said next to the refrigerator and Midoriya replied, Hey, Todoroki. Quickly, Midoriya made his cereal and sat down to eat. He made sure that he uncurled his tail around the part of his leg that would be in between his leg and the seat. Midoriya pulled in his chair so that he was almost completely under the table to make sure that no one would notice it. After all, he chose dark green shorts for a reason. Hello, Shinso said and he took a seat next to Midoriya. Hello Shinso. Did you need some coffee? I've already got some, but thanks Midoriya, he replied and pulled out a coffee cup out of nowhere. Midoriya stared at the cup, trying to figure out how Shinso even got it. After a moment or two, he shrugged it off mentally. For all he knew, Shinso's coffee could act like Midoriya's notebooks. A mystery. Ah, you got some lint here, Shinso said, and Midoriya asked, "Can you get it?" "Sure." Midoriya didn't expect Shinso to reach for his hair and brush off something at the base of his fuzzy ear. A purr escaped his mouth. Midoriya's eyes closed as he put his chin on his hands. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he took off his head from his hands and stared at Shinso, whose eyes were also wide. Midoriya quickly turned around and his eye twitched slightly. His entire class was in the common room. "Just fantastic. Did you just purr?" Shinso asked, and Midoriya turned his head towards him. Sighing, Midoriya nodded and some of the girls squealed behind him. "So, you have a tail?" Kaminari asked, and Midoriya nodded to that and stood up. His tail swished in his pant leg as everyone stared at it. Jiru commented, "It must be a pain right now to have." Midoriya chuckled as he rubbed the back of his neck and sat back down. Shinso stared at his head. "Can I touch your hair?" Shinso asked, and Midoriya nodded as he finished his cereal. Midoriya rather liked Shinso scratching his head. It was comfy. The room was soon filled with Midoriya's quiet purrs. Some of the girls, cough, Mina and Hagakure, cough, were saying things like, "So cute," or, "Ah," and some of the others smiled at the cute scene. "I wonder how fluffy Midoriya's hair is." Some heads turned to the person who made the comment, which was surprisingly Todoroki. Others like Azui didn't think too much of it. Cats liked Todoroki and Todoroki liked cats. It was as simple as that. Todoroki walked over and rubbed Midoriya's head with his left hand. Midoriya smiled a bit wider. Soon, several people, including Mina, Hagakure, Uraraka, Momo, Kirishima, and Kaminari, were taking turns patting Midoriya's head. Ida took Midoriya's bowl and spoon and put them in the sink. He knew that Midoriya was not in a position to do it right now. The rest of the day was filled with comfy silence and cuteness. They watched a movie as well, and Midoriya sat in the middle of a bunch of people on the couch as they watched some Disney movies. He rather liked this. At least the girls didn't kill his ears. "Aizawa-sensei? What are you doing here?" Midoriya asked as Aizawa petted his head. "You're a cat." "Yes." Aizawa hummed and patted his head once more before leaving. Midoriya stared at the retreating back of his teacher in confusion before shrugging and getting some blueberries. He then ate almost the entire box of them. The blanket itched his skin as he rolled around in the bed, when he stopped. Shouldn't he be falling off the floor right now? He stood up on his 4 legs. For legs? He tilted his head down to see 2 scaly wings and black claws attached to his white feet. Looking at his body, Midoriya wanted to groan. Why couldn't he just grow wings? No, he had to turn completely into a dragon. His entire body was the length of his human body but was much narrower with the wings tucked in. It was probably the reason why Midoriya didn't fall off the bed just now. He nudged the blanket off his back and stretched his wings. Looking from side to side, Midoriya's jaw dropped. The wingspan of his new wings reached from the foot of the bed to the headboard. Bringing them back in, he hopped down from the bed and to the door. Midoriya jumped and tried to paw the door open. Didn't work. He then tried to hold it like a human would, but with 2 hands. Still didn't work. So, he used his emergency card. "Aoyama. Itoshi. Tokoyami. Someone. Help." He heard some bumps and noises from out his door and stepped back when the footsteps became louder and louder. "Manami, are you, ga?" Aoyama said when he opened the door. Aoyama looked down to see scaly Midoriya. Shinso and Tokoyami came right after him. "What's going on?" What a mad banquet of darkness. Tokoyami wondered aloud as the 3 stared at the green, black and white scales that made up Midoriya. Hitoshi looked at Midoriya questioningly. "Can you fly?" Midoriya's eyes twinkled as he spread out his wings and started flapping them. His wings lifted him several feet off the ground as he did some quick turns and landed back on the floor. "That was pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie," Hitoshi said, and Aoyama nodded at such a speed that Midoriya thought his head was going to snap off. "It would be better with glitter," Aoyama commented as he twinkled some silver glitter. "Where'd he get that from?" All over Midoriya. It shone with his scales. "Why didn't you just grow wings, horns, and a tail? Why turn completely into one?" Tokoyami asked, and Midoriya responded with, I have no idea. So, thanks for opening the door, Midoriya said as he strolled out of his room. He tilted his head up at the deadpan and amused faces of Tokoyami, Aoyama, and Hitoshi. You just wanted to open a door? Aoyama questioned and Midoriya nodded. Of course, Hitoshi said, face-palming his forehead. Of course. Grinning sheepishly, he said, well, can anyone help me with the elevator? After managing to get into the elevator, Midoriya walked out into the common room with Tokoyami, Aoyama, and Hitoshi. The rest of the class stared as Midoriya walked in as a dragon. You are a dragon? Mina and Hagakure yelled together while Kirishima said something along the lines of it being so manly. Todoroki and surprisingly Bakugo looked at him with inquisitive looks. Can you fly around, Midoriya? Zero questioned and Midoriya nodded and opened his long wings. Some of their jaws dropped as he flew around the tops of their heads. That's so cool. Uraraka squealed and Ida pushed the glasses up the bridge of his nose. Yes, it is most impressive, Ida said as he chopped his robot arms into the air. I've always loved dragons, Momo commented as Midoriya swooped over her ponytail. Jiru nodded, same. It's really manly, Kirishima said once more. Kaminari asked a question that many people wanted to know the answer to. Can you shoot out fire and stuff? Todoroki looked very interested. I don't know. I haven't tried, Midoriya answered and Kaminari replied, why not try it out now? Idiot dunce face. Bakugo yelled. He could burn down the FING building. Let's get the F outside and see. His tick mark on his forehead couldn't mask the pure excitement of his face. Someone really wants to go outside, Zero teased and Bakugo snapped. Shut the F up, soy sauce. As the group of 2019 teenagers and one dragon went outside, Kaminari was talking almost at maniacal speeds with Midoriya. How come you're fully a dragon? I don't know, maybe because dragons are mythical? Oh, if you can use your quirk, does that make you doubly strong? What if it affected what other abilities I have or might have? That's so cool. How'd you react to being one? Pretty surprised. I had to get Tokoyami, Aoyama, and Hitoshi to open the door. You couldn't open the door? Nope. Hey, how? Shut the F up, Yuden Deku and dunce face. Your yapping is making me get a F headache. Bakugo turned around and made mini explosions in the palms of his hands. He yelled at the two, who flinched at the loud, sudden noise. Next time you yell, think about our ears, Sato complained and Aoyama nodded. The wrinkles on your face are most unattractive. I'll show you unattractive glitter sparkles. Bakugo responded and Aoyama quickly hid behind Shuji, who lifted an eyebrow at his actions. The class sweat dropped at them as they made their way to a field next to the dorms. Midoriya was pretty sure that when you spit out fire, you aren't supposed to spit out water the next. And then ice. And then lightning. He also was pretty sure that you aren't supposed to spit out earth dust and rocks. Especially when Aoyama picks the three big ones up, cracks them, and says, "What wonderful geodes," while showing everyone the white crystals with teal highlights of the first one, deep purple crystals of the second, and dark crimson crystals of the last one. Do you even know what you're doing? Kirishima asked as he dodged a stray bolt of electricity while Kaminari yelled, That's my job. Midoriya sighed. No, I do not, he complained. Think of what you want to summon and breathe it out, Todoroki suggested. Midoriya nodded and did what he was told to do. He wanted to start with something simple, fire. Imagining what he would look like breathing fire, he let out a large flame from his mouth. When the flames disappeared, Midoriya's eyes were full of excitement. It's like my father's quirk, he said, and some of his class lifted an eyebrow. Your father can breathe out flames? Ajura asked and Midoriya nodded. Hey, Midoriya? Yes, Todoroki? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? This is an important discovery. Of what? Hear me out. What if your father is related to my father making? I am not related to Endeavor. Mom would have told me. All right. The class started to joke around when Zero said, Hey, what if we prank some of Class 1B? The others looked at him. Why 1B? Momo asked and Shiro shrugged. No reason. Kaminari caught the eye of Midoriya and winked. Midoriya smirked slightly as Ida started berating the others. This was going to be fun. And a make. But is there a tiny dragon? Tetsu shrieked as Kendo tried to shoo it away. Pony started saying something in English in the midst of the chaos as Awaze tried to get Monoma away from it. No turning into a dragon, Monoma, Awaze said as he dragged a now unconscious Monoma away. Midoriya just wanted to get this day over with. And he only woke up 5 minutes ago. So far, he had the urge to grab a crystal ball or something with a reflective surface. Midoriya looked around his room to find nothing. Nothing. He walked outside to go to the bathroom and brush his teeth when he looked into the water and saw something. Midoriya looked again, a little closer. In it, he saw Todoroki trying to convince Shuji that he was Edgeshot's secret love child. Midoriya blinked and the weird image thing was gone. Shrugging, he went back to brushing his teeth, still aware of the uneasy feeling from the video-like thing from the water. He went downstairs to see a rather peculiar sight. Midoriya blinked once, twice, then rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Todoroki was there with his conspiracy theory notebook, trying to convince Shuji that he was Edgeshot's secret love child. Didn't he see this happen? In the sink? Midoriya couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes as he went downstairs to get breakfast like his other friends. He'd put away that particular mystery for now. Making his cereal, Uraraka waved him over. Deku, come sit down. Midoriya looked over at her. Ida, Momo, Azui, Todoroki, Shuji, Kirishima, Mina, Shiro, Kaminari, Ajru, and Hagakure sitting down at the table, eating their breakfast. He had wanted to say, sure, a Uraraka, and be done with it. But instead, what came out of his mouth was, no. When 13 dine together, the first to rise is the first to die. The 12 at the table and the people in the common room stared at Midoriya. Isn't that a quote from that book? Harry Potter. Momo said, and Midoriya whipped his head to Momo. You know Harry Potter? Yep. It's one of my favorites, along with Percy Jackson. Cool. So are you becoming Professor Trelawney or someone? Momo questioned and Midoriya shrugged his shoulders. He quickly ate his cereal standing up before tapping on Kaminari's shoulder. You better hurry up or you'll almost be late. Kaminari looked up at Midoriya. But right now it seems like I'm not. Midoriya opened his mouth. I don't know why. I just feel like it's going to happen. Todoroki looked at Midoriya to say something when Midoriya's head fell and his eyes closed before his head slowly rose up. His eyes were murky, as if he were sleeping with his eyes open. Todoroki was not the only one who saw this strange sight. Even Bikugu, who was the last one to come down, said, What the F is going on with shitty Deku? Azui responded, We don't know. Todoroki's POV, because it's easier. Just then, a deep voice, unlike Midoriya's, came out of his mouth. When the battle has died, one of peace and one of evil will be born once more. When the sun has fallen and the bearer has awoken. At the slide of midnight, the symbol will fall. But one shall fall before it. When the war has charted its course. One will rise and one will fall. Midoriya's head slumped down as the others processed this information. Momo had started recording with her phone as soon as Midoriya's mouth had opened. Her face was stunned, just like everyone else's, when Midoriya shot his head back up and rubbed his eyes. Geez, I feel tired, he yawned with his own voice again. Todoroki wanted to say something, just something. But his mouth didn't move. What the F was that, Deku? Bakugu yelled and Midoriya looked at him questioningly. A yawn, what else? And oh, the sheet before that. What? I said I felt tired. And oh, the deep voice sheet. What deep voice? I said I felt like something would happen with Kaminari, then I fell asleep for a moment before waking up. What do you think I did? Ida can testify for me, right? Midoriya's head went to a speechless Ida, who pushed his glasses on his nose before hesitantly saying, Midoriya, that's not all that happened. Midoriya looked confused. Then what happened? Karo, what if Midoriya can't remember it? Azui's voice ran through their heads. Todoroki still couldn't figure out what was going on. What sun? What bear? What battle? What was Midoriya getting into now? Back to Midoriya's POV. Midoriya still didn't know what happened. According to his friends, he had said something in this really deep voice. What did I say? He asked, and Momo touched something on her phone to play her recording of it. A deep voice rang out. Midoriya jumped a bit. Was this that deep voice he had used? When the battle has died, two, one of peace and one of evil will be born once more. When the sun has fallen and the bearer has awoken. At the slide of midnight, the symbol will fall. But one shall fall before it. When the war has charted its course. One will rise and one will fall. Midoriya's face went pale for a second before going back to normal. This prophecy, was it telling him the battle between him and Shigaraki? But what sun? But what bear? But what war? What symbol? What war? This couldn't be like the second Wizarding War, right? Momo then broke him out of his thoughts. Oh my, we only have 10 minutes to get to our class. Ida shot out of his seat. I shall get my things and go immediately. He chopped his arms like a robot's as he grabbed his bag and went outside. Kaminari looked at his barely eaten cereal. I guess Midoriya's going to be right, Kaminari sighed. Aizawa-sensei? Momo said as she brought her phone up at the beginning of class. Yes, Yaoyorozu? We think that this is important for you to hear. What am I listening to? Well, Midoriya said something and we believe that he can see the future. You mean like Sir Night-Eye? No, as in fortune-telling, like in Harry Potter. Who? Just listen to it. Momo played the video of Midoriya's prophecy as Aizawa's frown got deeper and deeper. Do you mind me borrowing this after school? No, Aizawa-sensei. Good. That wasn't the only strange thing that happened that day. Midoriya kept saying cryptid things left and right all the time. Be careful, you might get wet later today. Watch out for bats, especially brown ones. When you break that one, get a plastic one. We don't want more breaking cups. The battle will take a rather astonishing twist at the end, Midoriya said during their hero training, with a fight between Uraraka and Ajiru. You are born in the middle of winter, correct? He had asked Todoroki. When he nodded, Midoriya then murmured, Mars was under a right angle, very susceptible to burns. He had walked away, leaving Todoroki stunned and confused in his place. A nuisance will come later. Sure enough, Monoma had come to antagonize Class 1A later that day. Is anyone else weirded out by Midoriya? Mina had asked during Midoriya's training and everyone either shrugged or nodded their head. He said something about predicting my burn scar. And about my fight with Ajiru. And about Aizawa's coffee mug. Did you see the look on his face when coffee splashed on his sleeping bag? And Monoma. You can't forget that. The 10 that were there and at the meeting chuckled at the memory. Azui pointed out, he'll come back to normal later. Kirishima nodded. Hopefully without any more predic. Midoriya! Ida yelled from outside and the people inside glanced at each other for a split second before rushing outside, just in time to see Midoriya in that trance-like state. Momo pulled out her phone just in time. When the cord has snapped by the flame of fire, it shall destroy all that is known and shall give birth to someone greater. With scars as his trophies and shames. With another of his kind. The tragedies of the past with the blue replacing the red. Shall haunt the memories of a burning achievement. And shall dance in the flames of hell for eternity. Todoroki's eyes widened as Hagakure asked, what does that mean? He didn't know. He didn't know. But it sounded like he should. Okay, so the last 11 days for Midoriya have been a combination of weird, powerful, or just cool. If he had to categorize today, it would be in the weird pile. Midoriya looked at all the apples on the floor. Definitely the weird pile. He sat up on his bed and made his bed, sweeping all the apples onto the floor. Eri would like these. After all, apples are her favorite fruit. As Midoriya finished making his bed, he took a glance at the foot-tall pile of apples that made a C on his floor. The top of the pile was flat. An apple popped out of his arm to join the other apples on the floor, which took over every part of his floor. Midoriya sighed. He was going to have to use his emergency card. Aoyama, Itoshi, Tokoyami, can you guys come over here? And don't open the door yet. He heard the stumbling of footsteps as they went over to Midoriya's dorm. "Geez, Midoriya. This is practically routine," Hitoshi's voice drawled, and Midoriya flushed just the tiniest red from embarrassment. "Anyway, Mon Ami, how can we be of your service?" questioned Aoyama, and Midoriya sighed. "Just open the door very slowly," he said when an apple popped out of his hand. "So it was 1 apple per 10 minutes, Midoriya noted. The door slowly opened as the apples came tumbling down towards the 3 at his door. What a mad banquet of darkness. Midoriya barely could hear Tokoyami mutter the statement under the sound of the apples in the hallway. Finally, Aoyama was able to open the door to show Midoriya stuck on the bed like the bed was his island in the sea of apples. It was pretty lucky that Midoriya didn't decide to change out of his clothes. Last night, he fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. "So, how many apple things can Sato make out of all these?" he asked awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck as Aoyama stared at his room. "Too many to count," Hitoshi's voice said as his head popped through the doorway. Hitoshi went back into the hallway and said, "I'm going to call Dadzawa." Midoriya's head shot up. "You don't need to call Aizawa-sensei," he hissed, but it was too late. "Hello? Hitoshi? You usually don't call me this early. Is everything all right?" "If you count there being a boatload of apples being all right, then yeah." "What do you mean a boatload of apples?" "Let's just say that Midoriya's been making a lot of apples." Hitoshi covered the phone with his hand. "How many apples do you make per whatever time?" Midoriya answered, "An apple per 10 minutes. Hitoshi relayed Midoriya's answer to Aizawa. He could hear Aizawa on the phone sigh. "Tell problem child that I'll excuse him from class today. The rest of you still have to go to school." "Really? Just, do you want me to expel you instead?" "No. No, going to class is fine. But don't be late." After a moment of silence, Midoriya concluded that Aizawa must have hung up. Hitoshi's head popped through the doorway once more. "Lucky BSRD. Well, we'll just keep the door open. Goodbye, Mon Ami. Hope you solve your problem," Tokoyami said as he went back to his own room. Midoriya looked at the apple pile that came from his room to out into the hallway. An apple came out of his arm. He guessed it wasn't every 10 minutes after all. Midoriya just decided to get a basket from downstairs to haul all the apples down. It would have been helpful for everyone to help, but they have to go to class. So, when the time comes for everyone to leave, he waves them all goodbye. An apple came out of his arm again, so he passed it to Momo. It'd help for her training. "Thanks, Midoriya," Momo thanked him as she walked out the dorm. Midoriya closed the door and grabbed the container. It would be perfect training for his quirk. After at least an hour, Midoriya managed to get all the apples in laundry baskets. Have stolen them from the boys' laundry room. Hauling one to the kitchen, Midoriya looks up apple recipes on his phone. As he did, an apple popped out of his arm. He washed it and ate it as he looked at the many recipes that popped up in his search. This should be fun. By the time Class 1A got back to the dorms, Midoriya had made 5 apple pies, 40 apple tarts, 25 caramel apples, 4 jars of applesauce, 10 bottles of apple butter, and finally, 24 apple muffins. And there were still baskets of apples around him as he arranged the apples in the kitchen, putting the pies, tarts, and caramel apples on the middle table, the muffins, sauce, and butter on the kitchen table. Ingredients were everywhere. Flour was scattered in his hair, pots and pans were in the sink, and Midoriya looked as dirty as a baking chef could be. At least the floor wasn't dirty and covered with baking stuff. Only apples. Deku, what the F dash dot? Midoriya turned to see everyone's shocked faces. Hey, you guys are back. Perfect. I called Eri and Mirio-senpai to see whether they wanted to come over. I thought we might as well have an apple festival, considering I've got so many. An apple came out of his arm, as if to emphasize the fact that there were apples everywhere. Midoriya, did you even eat lunch? Kaminari said, looking around. Do apples count? Midoriya responded, tilting his head. Some people facepalm themselves. Midoriya, you must eat something more than apples to gain the necessary nutrients not found in them. Ida waved his chopping arm. Midoriya shrugged and a ding came from the oven. He opened it to reveal more apple muffins. Seriously, how did you do all this? Zero asked and Midoriya responded, by multitasking. When the pies or something was baking, I did the apple butter and sauce. And when the muffins and tarts were the same temperature, I put the tarts in with the muffins and just took them out earlier. People were dropping jaws at this. A ding-dong came from the doorbell. That must be Eri, Midoriya said, rushing over as he opened the door to reveal Eri's cuteness. Deku, you're covered in flour. She giggled and Midoriya bent down to her level. Hello, Eri. Hello, Midoriya, Mirio said, coming up from behind her. Hello, Mirio-senpai. I heard you're doing in woe. Mina laughed at Mirio's expression. I know, right? Apples. Eri cheered as Midoriya brought her over to the dinner table and gave her a caramel apple. Needless to say, they had enough apple treats to last days. And Midoriya only used half of the apples. The rest of the apples? They gave them to Eri, Koda, and Sato, who decided to bake with Midoriya from now on. Midoriya couldn't sleep. He sat up and looked at his clock. He was 5 minutes earlier than usual. Turning off the alarm clock so it wouldn't go off, Midoriya put on his clothes before going down to brush his teeth. Passing by several people, he waved to them. They didn't respond. Midoriya furrowed his eyebrows and shrugged. Maybe. His voice wasn't working today. It was kind of concerning that he was thinking this. After he finished brushing his teeth, he went back up to put on his uniform. When Midoriya got into his room, he checked the clock once more. It should have been loud today. He wondered what the change could be. Midoriya put on his uniform and got his school supplies, as well as his bag. Entering the elevator, he went down to the common room to see everyone rushing about while their mouths moved up and down, as if screaming. You guys, what are you doing? You're not making any sounds. I'm not making sounds. Class 1A stared at the confused boy by the elevator. Bakugo walked up to him and started to make loud explosions right next to him. Midoriya didn't notice. He was still mumbling and Bakugo turned to Class 1A. He's deaf. Midoriya felt a tap on his shoulder. Looking up, he spotted Uraraka waving at him. Midoriya glanced at everyone else, who was also waving. What are you guys doing? He tried to say, but he still couldn't hear anything. Midoriya's eye caught on Kaminari writing something. Kaminari held up the piece of paper. Midoriya's heart stopped for a brief moment. His classmates didn't have anything wrong. He did. The world was silent. But then again he was deaf. Midoriya walked to his classroom with not one sound, not one word, not one noise. He hated it. He hated how his classmates had to explain to Aizawa. He hated how Aizawa seemed to look at him like he was pitying him. He hated how his classmates made him think he was fragile. He was not fragile. It was quite funny, to be honest. His thoughts made him sound like Bakugo. Midoriya thought about this before concluding that being like this made him seem weak. He understood Bakugo. That was a first. As Midoriya worked on his worksheet, he occasionally looked up and around the classroom before doing whatever assignment his teacher had put on his desk. And for once, Midoriya liked the silence when he had to do a problem. He liked the peace. He liked the quietness. He liked how he didn't have to deal with anything. But he did have to deal with things. Especially during lunchtime. Uraraka, Ida, Azui, and Todoroki all walked with him down the halls. The four were surrounding him like they were bodyguards to a very important person. Who had to pay them? Midoriya saw their heads whip over at something, so he looked in the same direction they were. His eyes widened for a second before going back to normal. Midoriya couldn't let anything show. Monoma stood in front of them, his hands on his hips as he swaggered to them. Midoriya looked at his lips, trying to lip-read what Monoma was saying. The only thing he caught were, Class 1, useless, beat, and win. Monoma must have been trying to rile them up again. Monoma then said something before the people around him looked like they were about to murder him. Even Todoroki had more emotion than usual and their argument went back and forth until Kendo finally ran over and chopped Monoma on the neck. Midoriya let out a sigh he didn't know he was holding and turned to his friends around him. What was that about? He asked, even though he couldn't hear himself. Ida got his bag and took out a piece of paper and a pencil. After scribbling for a few moments, Ida turned the paper over to show the words. Monoma was just trying to say mean things to us. Don't worry. Midoriya knew that when Ida said us, it really meant you. His hand balled up into a fist for a moment before going back to normal. He would be okay. Azui started to walk and waved the others over. Midoriya started to walk and follow his friends. He knew they meant well. They were his friends, whether he could hear it or not. Azui looked at Midoriya, who was happily eating his katsudon. They had gotten him that because they knew it was Midoriya's favorite. So, how do you think Midoriya's holding up? Uraraka asked wearily. Ida's arms started to move. He will be fine. Ida declared, and Todoroki nodded at Ida's answer. It must be very frustrating to not hear, Azui thought out loud, and their mood seemed to dampen a bit. Midoriya was still eating his katsudon, not giving their conversation any thought. We should be more happy. We don't want to worry Midoriya, Uraraka pointed out, and the three nodded. Midoriya was their bosom friends. He had always watched their backs. It was time for them to return the favor. After all, it wouldn't be heroic not to. Midoriya looked around at his surroundings. He was starting to miss his hearing even more. Midoriya looked at his chatting friends and longed to join in, when only last year he would have been terrified to. He looked at his hands and stood up to make himself a snack when Kuda arrived to the kitchen. Midoriya tilted his head in confusion as Kuda used his sign language. Kuda seemed to sigh and got a piece of paper. It must be awful to not have hearing. Midoriya nodded and Kuda put on a small, sad smile. It's like you lost your voice in anything. And you're isolated. Kuda's sad smile grew and Midoriya hugged him. Kuda understood. He didn't know he was shaking until Kuda grabbed onto his shoulders and smiled, but this time happier. You've got us. That's what the paper said. Midoriya nodded while brushing away any tears that might come. Going back to where everyone else was, he hugged everyone. And they hugged him back. Midoriya was no longer lonely. Even if he lost his hearing, even if he lost his voice, even if he lost everything, Midoriya wouldn't lose them. That was a promise. Let's just say they decided to watch a few Disney movies that had subtitles in them. Midoriya knew that something wasn't right as he tried to sit up in his bed. Keyword, tried. He also knew that something wasn't right when he felt cold, even though he was covered in a bunch of blankets. Looking at the clock, it read the time Midoriya usually woke up. However, it wasn't going off. Shrugging, turned it off with his tail. Oh yeah, did he mention he had a tail but no limbs? Did he mention that he had green scales with white markings on his body? Did he mention he was a snake? Midoriya was a snake. He was also pretty sure that snakes couldn't hear but could feel vibrations with their lower jaw. Midoriya had read that somewhere, but he didn't remember. Slithering onto the floor, he looked at the door that blocked his way, then looked at the gap in between the floor and the door. He then mentally sighed. He was way too big for the gap. Not only that, Kuda wasn't on this floor. Midoriya felt the footsteps of a person and his eyes twinkled with hope. Even if he didn't know who it was or what they were saying. The door swung open to reveal Hitoshi at the door. Hitoshi looked down at the snake on the floor. After a few seconds of nothing but staring into each other's eyes, Hitoshi finally opened his mouth, saying something like he was in a panic. Midoriya felt more footsteps as Aoyama and Tokoyami arrived. Tokoyami's beak dropped and Aoyama put his hands on his cheeks and opened his mouth wide while moving it. Midoriya concluded that he must be screaming. The four were like that until Hitoshi moved away to go somewhere and Midoriya was left with the two people next to him. Appearing to have a conversation, Tokoyami seemed to sigh before extending an arm to Midoriya. Midoriya quickly moved up his arm and around his neck. He curled his tail and the top part of him around Tokoyami's neck so that 3 coils were around his neck. Tokoyami brought up his hand, where Midoriya rested his head on. Aoyama pointed accusingly at Midoriya, then to Tokoyami. Tokoyami then said something to calm him down instantly. Midoriya watched their interaction, confused. The elevator behind Aoyama opened and out came Hitoshi, Kuda, and surprisingly Aizawa. Then again, his student was turned into a snake. Kuda then looked at Midoriya before whispering, "Hello? Midoriya? Nod if you can understand me." Midoriya lifted his head and moved it eagerly. Finally, someone whom Midoriya could hear and understand. Kuda was his life savior. His tongue flicked out and Midoriya spotted a medium-sized mouse that took up half of Kuda's palm in his hand, only to see ice around it. This has died recently, so I'm very upset, but you have to eat, Kuda explained, and Midoriya looked up to look at Kuda's face. After this, you won't have to eat for the rest of the day. That sounded promising. Midoriya poked the mouse with his snout, then opened his jaw, unhinging it, to eat the mouse whole. He closed his mouth and let the mouse digest in his stomach. It felt weird to feel it go through his stomach, but not bad. Perhaps it was just his snake senses. Aizawa then seemed to tell Tokoyami something, as well as Hitoshi and Aoyama. Kuda translated, Tokoyami's going to carry you and Hitoshi, Aoyama, and I will help take care of you. Midoriya bobbed his head in reply. He is going to introduce Dark Shadow now. Dark Shadow came out of Tokoyami to see Midoriya around Tokoyami's neck. Dark Shadow turned to the others for an explanation and Aizawa answered him. At least, that's what Midoriya thought. In reality, Dark Shadow was asking Aizawa whether he could keep Midoriya. Aizawa said no and that the snake was Midoriya. The group of 5, 6 if you counted Midoriya, went downstairs and the class stared at the 4-foot-long snake that had wrapped around Tokoyami's head. Aizawa said something and the class all nodded, whether it was eagerly, nonchalantly, or just nicely, Midoriya could tell by their faces. At least none of them seemed to be scared of snakes. His closest friends started to come up to Midoriya and started asking Kuda some questions, in which he nodded to or shook his head to. Then, Aizawa moved his mouth and Midoriya guessed that he said something about school, because everyone started grabbing their bags and headed out. Tokoyami, Hitoshi, Aoyama, and Kuda followed in suit. Tokoyami's POV. Midoriya was wrapped around Tokoyami's neck like a necklace when they walked out of the dorms. Tokoyami wasn't uncomfortable with him on his shoulders and neck. Midoriya was quite light, but it was rather unusual to see the other students look at him weirdly. Some were eager, some didn't look like they cared, and some looked like Satan himself was with Tokoyami. As they neared their classroom, Monoma regrettably showed up. It wasn't that Tokoyami hated him, it was just that Monoma could be annoying at times. This time, he seemed to be up to his usual antics until he spotted Tokoyami. Monoma's eyes went down his face to see Midoriya. Midoriya's head was still on his hand and Midoriya lifted it up. Monoma's eyes went larger until he said, "Well, you losers of Class 1A better not come near 1B to infect us." He then sprinted away, Kendo trailing behind him. Class 1A blinked before Azui said, "Monoma's afraid of snakes?" "Karo." "Seems like it," Kirishima said and Kaminari grinned. "Did anyone get a picture of that?" Siro said, "Or a video?" "I did," Mina said as she jumped up and down. "Karo, why'd you have your camera out?" "Because Monoma wouldn't stop his talking for nothing. So I took out my phone." Ida seemed to be scandalized because then he started berating, "You should not be taking any pictures or videos without the consent of the party in question." "Party? What party?" "He means Monoma." Todoroki cleared up and Mina, Siro, and Kaminari let out an "Oh." "Well, we better get to class before Aizawa-sensei gets mad at us." Uraraka cheerfully reminded them as they walked a little quicker to get to class. Midoriya just hung around his neck during lessons and seemed to freak out Present Mike, who had just walked in, because Present Mike started screaming at the top of his lungs, "Tokoyami, what's around your neck?" "Snake." Some started laughing while they pressed their hands to their ears until Aizawa snapped Present Mike out. Tokoyami had to admit, it was a bit funny. Midoriya had practically scared everyone except Class 1A when they walked into the lunchroom. Or at least, creeped people out. Some had started looking at him in a rather eerie way, so the class took it upon themselves to sit around Tokoyami. He sighed. He was in the middle of a group of 20 people. What was he doing with his life? By the time they got out of school, Tokoyami was proud to say that he was getting used to the stares and sideways glances he got. Once Class 1A got to their dorms, they started to slide Midoriya. That was fine with him. They ended up watching Disney movies for the 3rd night in a row. Midoriya woke up with a bird hitting his window. He jumped up as the bird dropped from the window and flew away. Birds couldn't see glass, he knew that, but when over 3 birds do the exact same thing, it isn't a coincidence. He wasn't going to open the window. Nope, the birds could attack him. Midoriya would like to have a no-bird attack day, thank you very much. That wasn't the only strange thing that happened though. His stuff kept falling off the shelves. His uniform kept disappearing and reappearing as well as his shoes. His phone was not charged, he was going to have to get Kaminari to charge it later. He stubbed his toe on the way out of the door. The lights kept flickering on and off on his floor. And now the trouble-preventing trio, made up of Aoyama, Hitoshi, and Tokoyami, were now surrounding Midoriya as they went into the elevator. The elevator was a bad idea. Because no sooner than they hit the button to close the door, the elevator decided to shut down. So now the four of them were stuck in the elevator. Great, just great. Are you sure this isn't because of you, Midoriya? Tokoyami asked, and Midoriya thought about it for a moment before sighing. It would make sense. Weird things have been happening around me pretty frequently. I wouldn't be surprised, Mon Ami, Aoyama said as he patted Midoriya on the back. Cheese? No need, Aoyama, Midoriya said as Aoyama put away his cheese box. Hitoshi was muttering under his breath, why the F, does he have a box full of cheese? Midoriya didn't know, Hitoshi. He didn't know. What a second, can't we call someone? Midoriya said as he looked at his friends. We have our bags, so one of us have to have a phone. Mine ran out of battery. The three took out their phones. A few moments passed before Tokoyami said, what a mad banquet of darkness. What is it? Midoriya said, peeping over Tokoyami's shoulder before groaning. How is this possible? I made sure to keep my phone charged during the night. Curses, Tokoyami furrowed his forehead. I didn't push the charger all the way into the socket, did I? No wonder it was so easy to take out the charger. Hitoshi showed his phone to Aoyama, Tokoyami, and Midoriya. I've got no signal, even though we're in the middle of the dorms. I don't think elevators are supposed to do this. Mon Ami, this is a disaster. Aoyama showed them his glittery phone. Midoriya mentally sighed as he looked at Aoyama's screen. No battery. Well, now what do we do? Hitoshi said, and Tokoyami shrugged. As long as nothing bad happens, the elevator groaned, interrupting Midoriya. What was that? The elevator answered by sudden free-falling. Gah! Oh non! Aoyama screamed. What the hell? Ah! The four yelled loudly as the elevator raced down the building for a moment before crashing to the common room level. Midoriya held his head while Aoyama covered his mouth and held his stomach. Hitoshi's eyes were wide and his hair was in disarray while Tokoyami muttered, what a mad banquet of darkness. The elevator door opened with a ding. If this were a TV series, this would be the part where everyone would laugh. However, they were still getting over the fact that they had dropped 3 stories. The moment when they were dropping was one of the worst moments ever. It seemed to last years, even though it only lasted a few seconds. That was, in conclusion, horrible. That was all you, Midoriya? Hitoshi meekly groaned and Midoriya bowed while frantically apologizing. At least, Mon Amos, we can go out of the elevator. Aoyama managed to get out of his mouth before racing to the kitchen trash can and throwing up. Midoriya winced at the sight. Poor Aoyama. Hitoshi grumbled as he stood up and helped Tokoyami up. That was awful. Looking at the clock, Midoriya jumped. Everyone's already left because there's only 10 minutes until homeroom begins. Come on. Hitoshi and Tokoyami quickly followed in suit as Aoyama stood up and walked pitifully away from the trash can. Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow to help Aoyama get to class. The four burst into Class 1A's classroom and quickly went into their seats. Aizawa promptly walked in. Aizawa looked at Hitoshi, Aoyama, Tokoyami, and then to Midoriya. He raised an eyebrow. Problem child, would you like to explain the state of Hitoshi, Aoyama, Tokoyami, and yourself? Midoriya sighed. The elevator stopped, and since all of our phones were either dead or didn't have any signal, we couldn't call you. And then the elevator decided to fall, so Aoyama got sick, but he managed to keep it in until the elevator crashed to the ground, opened, and threw up in the trash can. Is this true, Hitoshi, Aoyama, and Tokoyami? Hitoshi and Tokoyami said their confirmations. Aoyama looked sheepish as he nodded. Aizawa sighed while he held his forehead. I also think that this is part of my quirk today. Aizawa looked up at Midoriya. Why is this problem, child? Aizawa asked. A loud thud occurred. Midoriya pointed to the window as no less than 6 birds and several bugs crashed into the window panes before flying off. That is why. The lights turned off and several things fell off. A tree out the window fell. That is also why. Kendo rushed into the classroom. Is the electricity out for you guys too? Aizawa pinched the middle of his eyebrows. I am not awake enough for this, he grumbled as he pointed at Kaminari. Come with me. Kaminari stood up and walked away with Aizawa as Jiru chuckled, human generator. Midoriya could tell it would be a long day. Math was interrupted by a false alarm fire drill. English was interrupted by several cockroaches getting into the class. Present Mike accidentally turned on his quirk and screamed. Midoriya's ears was still ringing from that. His lunch was accidentally dropped, but Lunch Rush was willing to give him another lunch. And several trees were falling and everything was a mess right now, during hero training. Midoriya! Watch out! Midoriya looked behind him, just in time to see a tree fall right on top of him, knocking him out. Ugh! Midoriya groaned as he opened his eyes. His eyes looked from side to side until he spotted Recovery Girl and All Might in his skinny form next to him. How are you, young Midoriya? All Might asked. Midoriya opened his mouth, wanting to say fine, but instead of that, what came out was, everything hurts like it's on fire, I'm bored, and I want to get out of here. It was silent for a moment before Midoriya said, I said that all out loud, didn't I? All Might and Recovery Girl seemed rather concerned for him. You need time to rest, Midoriya, Recovery Girl said as she took out some gummy vitamins and shoved one into his mouth. You can't just get out from being crushed by a tree. It was a big tree, Midoriya blurted out. Midoriya quickly shut his mouth. All Might's brow furrowed and said, I've heard from Aizawa-sensei that you've been hit by a quirk and will change. I believe that this is because of it. Isn't that obvious? Recovery Girl commented and All Might rubbed the back of his neck while smiling awkwardly. I think that I have to tell the truth and can't lie. All Might nodded. That would make sense. He then looked at his watch and quickly stood up. There's a faculty meeting in 5 minutes. I've got to hurry. All Might looked at Midoriya. While I'm gone, please get better. No promises, Midoriya sighed and All Might gave him a thumbs up. As long as you try. All Might then walked out of the room. Midoriya sighed again as Recovery Girl gave him a kiss on the cheek. He drifted off into sleep. In his dream, Kaken! Wait up! A younger version of him yelled at the back of a running Dream Bakugo and his lackeys. He was on the floor. The Dream Midoriya got up and desperately started running after Bakugo, never catching up until finally, Dream Midoriya collapsed out of exhaustion, watching as Bakugo disappeared from sight. Getting up, Dream Midoriya got a bit older and was being bullied by Dream Bakugo, his old childhood friend and his lackeys. A black X crossed over Dream Midoriya's head. Dream Midoriya got a bit older, maybe in middle school. He was on one side of a black line, his back towards it, and Dream Bakugo was on the other side, back towards the line. Dream Midoriya kept looking over his shoulder and kept getting disappointed. The black line disappeared and Dream Midoriya and Dream Bakugo were in their hero costumes. Dream Bakugo kept yelling at Dream Midoriya, who started crying and was being attacked by Dream Bakugo until he got up, turned away from Dream Bakugo, and walked away. Dream Bakugo whipped his head around at Dream Midoriya and raised his hand towards Dream Midoriya before dropping it. Dream Midoriya watched a screen that pictured Dream Bakugo destroying villains. Dream Midoriya sat in a hospital with a white lab coat on. Dream Midoriya clenched his fist before letting it go. He couldn't be a hero, so he settled on being a doctor. But Dream Midoriya still had the impossible desire to be a hero. Midoriya woke up from his dream by several loud noises. He opened his eyes to see Todoroki, Uraraka, Hitoshi, Azui, Tokoyami, Aoyama, and Ida around his bed. How was your sleep? Uraraka asked and Midoriya responded, absolutely terrible. The people around him looked at each other before looking back at Midoriya. What was it about? Hitoshi inquired. I dreamed about Kaken bullying me and him being a hero while I had to be a doctor since I couldn't be a hero. Oh shoot. Only part of the dream was about Bakugo bullying him. Why did he have to mention it? Todoroki was next to ask him a question. And why was Bakugo bullying you in your dream? Midoriya didn't want to answer. He didn't want to answer. But of course, his mouth had other plans. Because I used to be Quirkless. The 7 around him stared at Midoriya until Azui broke the silence. Karo, you aren't Quirkless though. I used to be Quirkless. Ida looked rather concerned. Now that Midoriya thought about it, all of them looked concerned. Ida's arms chopped up and down as he said, when were you Quirkless? Were you a late bloomer? I didn't get a quirk until the day of the entrance exam since my body wasn't ready for it, Midoriya answered, relieved that he didn't give away All Might's secret. But that still doesn't answer why you dreamed that he was bullying you. Can you explain? Uraraka said and Midoriya sighed. Why did he have to explain it? But. Did God hate him or something? Kaken used to be my childhood friend. Our moms were best friends so we became best friends as well. But then Kaken got his quirk and I didn't. When I was 4, I learned that not all men were born equal. People laughed, stole my stuff, pushed me, some even suicide baited me. Kaken called me Deku because it meant useless. They looked sick, even the usually emotionless or blunt ones. Hitoshi looked more tired than he was supposed to be, Tokoyami and Todoroki were showing a bit of anger, and Azui started frowning. Midoriya's stupid mouth decided to continue. The teachers didn't care. Some of them joined in the fun and every time I asked them for help, they'd either ignore me, blame me for lying, or sigh and say that Kaken was just playing with me. After all, they needed Kaken to be a hero to get the school fame and in order to do that, he needed to have a perfect record. No one believed me so I stopped trying. Uraraka brought her hands to her mouth. So that's why you're so nervous. No wonder Bakugo called you Deku. I shouldn't have called you that. Midoriya shook his head. It's not your fault. Besides, I like the name because like you said, it means you can do it. Hitoshi turned to Todoroki. Wanna sue a few schools? Todoroki pulled out a credit card. I'm sure my SPRM donor can afford it. Revelry in the darkness. Tokoyami muttered and Ida started berating about how schools were supposed to be supportive and educational. That is, until Azui interrupted them and asked Midoriya, why are you telling us now? Usually, you dance around the answer. He dance? Todoroki asked quietly and Hitoshi shook his head. It means he'd hint at it but wouldn't say it outright. Ah. The two turned their attention back to Midoriya, who explained, I can't lie today. You've got us, Mon Ami, Aoyama said while sparkling. Somehow, he had a piece of cheese and Aoyama stuffed it into Midoriya's mouth. Cheese makes everything better. Like I asked earlier, where does he get his cheese? Hitoshi murmured. I have no idea as well, was Midoriya's answer. Well, you've got us. If you need anything or any help, you can ask us. Uraraka said cheerfully. Yes. Ida added, you've helped me so as your friend, I must help you as well. Us too, Todoroki and Hitoshi added. I will sparkle your way from the darkness. Aoyama went in front of Tokoyami, who said, darkness is best in moderation. Midoriya smiled at the antics of his friends. He should have told them earlier. Who knew a curse could be a blessing in disguise? Midoriya rubbed his forehead as he sat up. Looking around, he turned off his All Might alarm and went to go shower and brush his teeth. It was rather strange since he had a feeling to use the water, like his feeling with One for All. The water was like his friend. He twisted his hand and made the water go every which way, making shapes of all sorts. Wait a second. He wasn't supposed to be able to do that. Midoriya stared at the water and the cogs in his brain started turning. If he could control water, then did that mean? The water in his hand turned to ice and then turned to liquid before turning to steam. Midoriya concentrated a bit more to turn the gas into ice before turning it back to gas. Sublimation. After doing what he needed to do in the dorm bathrooms, he went out. Midoriya thought as he changed and put his school stuff in his bag. Water was everywhere, in the air, in our bodies, and in plants. So theoretically, he could control people as well as plants. Not only that, but since there was water vapor everywhere, he would technically have a water source everywhere he goes. When he breathes, he releases water as well. Besides, with a bit of concentration, he could use the water in the ground to control mud if the water surrounded the dirt. He could also make ice strings and restrain people. It wasn't like he had to create glaciers like Todoroki. Midoriya thanked science. Water manipulation quirks were so underrated. As he got out of the now functioning elevator, he went into the common room, where everyone stared at him. What? What's your quirk this time? Todoroki asked, and Midoriya beamed. It's water manipulation. Many people sighed in relief. They still remembered the day before yesterday. It was pure chaos. Momo looked at Midoriya to ask, well, what's the limits of your quirk? Well, I can change between the phases, and because I can control water, I can hypothetically control people, animals, and plants, and since I have a water source everywhere I can. The class sweat dropped at Midoriya's muttering, and Uraraka had to snap Midoriya out of it. Oh, was I muttering again? I'm sorry. Don't worry about it, Mido bro. Yeah, it's alright. Thanks you guys. Kaminari sighed. At least I won't have to be a human generator. Jairu started chuckling at the statement, and Midoriya once again said his apologies. You don't have to apologize, I've already gotten over it. You'll be useful if anything spills, Hitoshi pointed out, and Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck. Water had spilled onto Hitoshi when he had the bad luck quirk. Hitoshi had looked like a wet cat. Then should we go to the pool? Zero questioned. The class looked at him. Wouldn't it be best to go to the pool while Midoriya still has this quirk? Zero explained. Why not? It can be an endurance training. Mina put in her 2 cents. It seemed like that was enough to convince Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ida. This would be perfect training for us, especially on such a fine day. Ida declared, waving his robot arms everywhere. We could do another one of our race, Todoroki pointed out, and Bakugo, who was still sour about his loss 15 days ago, yelled, I'll show you who's the best, UF extras. That would be interesting to watch, Karo, Azui commented. And so, Class 1A decided to ask Aizawa, who let them since no one else was going to use it. Yahoo! Kaminari cannonballed into the pool. You should not run around the pool. Ida berated Kaminari, who put his hand at the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. Come on. Let's see our top 3 race. Kirishima said with his arms in the air, Ida, can you be the referee? It would be my honor, Kirishima. Okay. Mina said, it's settled. Midoriya versus Todoroki versus Bakugo. The 3 announced came up to the edge of the pool. Ida summoned up a whistle created by Momo. He blew a sharp tweet from the whistle to get everyone's attention. Alright, the race will start when I say go. On your mark dash, the 3 leaned forward. Get set dash, they positioned their hands, go. Bakugo immediately started using his explosions to fly through the air. Todoroki used his ice to glide along the surface of the water. Midoriya jumped into the pool and used his water manipulation combined with one for all to zoom in the water. Midoriya reached the side of the pool first, followed by Todoroki, and then Bakugo, who started swearing like it was bloody murder. IF declare AF rematch you shitty nerd and F half and half B. There is no F way in shitty hell that you 2 F nerds, Todoroki murmured, but how can you call us nerds if you are one as well? That you 2 F beat me in this shitty race. Karo, talk about poor sportsmanship. What did you say, Frog F dash? Chill. Kaminari tried to calm down Bakugo but failed miserably. Only when Kirishima used his magic to calm him down did Bakugo stop yelling. Kirishima's magic? Midoriya gaped at the somewhat docile Bakugo, who stood next to Kirishima with his arms crossed. He really is. Hagakure said. Well, don't you need to race as well? Hitoshi commented. He was dragged here forcefully. The only reason they got him on board was that he wanted to train in water. They haven't had as many races as we have, Sato thought out loud, and Ida nodded. That would be a good idea. Momo cheerfully said and waved to the girls. Come on. Jairu, Momo, and Azui was to be the first race, followed by Mina, Hagakure, and Uraraka. You should wear gloves, Midoriya said to Hagakure, so that we know when you touch the other side of the pool. I can make some rubber gloves. Momo created a pair of gloves from her skin and handed them to Hagakure, who thanked her. On your marks. Ida announced as the first group got in position. Get set. Go. Azui splashed into the water as Momo made flippers on her feet and Gyro just swam. Of course, Azui got first with Momo second and Gyro third. It wasn't Azui's fault that she was part frog. The second group went up to the line and Ida started them off as well. Mina's quirk wouldn't be useful in this case or she'd contaminate the pool with acid, so she swam regularly. Midoriya had to admit she was pretty fast. Hagakure also had to swim and Uraraka made herself weightless and jumped to the other end of the pool. Hey! You didn't swim. Kaminari and Siro accused her and Uraraka yelled back. But Todoroki and Bakuga didn't either. Uraraka came in first, followed by Mina then Hagakure. Because of that, Azui and Uraraka were to go against each other. Azui won, only by less than a second. Uraraka claimed that even if she got in first by a millisecond, she would give the title to Azui since she actually went in the water. Class 1A swam for most of the day. And they got Hitoshi to admit that the pool was fun. Midoriya woke up with a sniffle. A tickle. In his nose. And so, Midoriya did the stupidest thing he could do on this particular day. He sneezed into his arm. And promptly burned his sleeve, his arm, and his sheets. Gah? Midoriya screamed and the trouble-preventing trio came knocking on his door. Midoriya grabbed his water bottle and put out the fire on his sheets and sleeves. Midoriya, are you alright? Said Tokoyami's voice. Midoriya hobbled towards the door and opened it. If you count being burned being alright, then yeah. Oh my, Mon Amy, we should get you to Recovery Girl. Aoyama stuffed a piece of cheese in Midoriya's mouth while Hitoshi kept muttering, Where did the cheese come from? Where did the cheese come from? Where did the cheese come from? I'll go tell the class about it. Tokoyami went downstairs while Hitoshi, snapping out of his panic, looked in Midoriya's room. We're going to have to get you a new bed, Hitoshi noted and Midoriya chuckled awkwardly. So, Aoyama asked, what is your magnifique quirk today? I guess I've got my father's quirk, breathing fire. Hitoshi and Aoyama looked at him inquiringly. What? Midoriya asked and Hitoshi responded, You barely talk about your father. The only times you mention your father voluntarily is because of you breathing fire. Ah, he went to America when I was little for some business. Hitoshi and Aoyama nodded and Midoriya sighed as Tokoyami came back up with Todoroki. What's Todoroki here for? Todoroki answered, Because I'm used to burns. He conjured up a piece of ice and put it in a bag. Todoroki used his fire to melt it. Then, Todoroki put the bag on Midoriya's arm. We should go to Recovery Girl to make sure it's not infected or something. Tokoyami dragged Midoriya by his other arm. The three others followed behind him. Midoriya sat in front of Recovery Girl, who was chiding Midoriya of his carelessness. You broke your bones and now you burn yourself? What's next? Malnourishment. Recovery Girl asked as she bandaged Midoriya's arm. She opened a bottle before giving him a vitamin. Eat this so that you can recover quicker. Midoriya nodded and ate the small gummy. Todoroki, Aoyama, Hitoshi, and Tokoyami were already in the classroom and it was a few minutes until homeroom started. Midoriya had his uniform next to him and his bag as well. Recovery Girl put him in a changing room with curtains and Midoriya quickly changed into his uniform. He opened the curtain when he was done. Don't be late, Recovery Girl said as he walked out, waving her goodbye. And don't get injured. No promises, but I'll try, was Midoriya's answer as he went down the hallway. Midoriya made it just before the bell. Midoriya, UA students should come 10 minutes early, not this late. Ida complained as Midoriya sat down. I burned my arm so I had to go to Recovery Girl. Sorry, Ida. That's are you okay, Midoriya? Yeah, how'd you get your arm burned? Kaminari then got ear-raped by Gyro. Because of that quirk accident, Gyro answered for Midoriya and the class let out an O. Karo, what's your quirk this time? Azui asked. Midoriya pointed at his mouth. I've got fire breathing like my father's. Todoroki pulled out a notebook. Are you sure you're not related to my father? For the last time, I am certain I am not related to Endeavor. Or All Might. Todoroki drooped slightly as he put away his two notebooks. When did he get that other one? All right, settle down, class will begin, Aizawa said as he entered the classroom. The class came completely silent as he took roll call. After class, Midoriya was about to leave with Todoroki, Hitoshi, Ida, Azui, Tokoyami, Uraraka, and Aoyama when the Baku squad, minus Bakugu, came up to him. Hey you guys? Can you help us with something? Kaminari asked. Yeah, Kaminari. What is it? Midoriya looked at Kaminari, who twiddled with his thumbs. Can anyone guess the song? Comment if you know. Well, we were wondering whether you can help us with an experiment. Mina shouted and Kaminari pointed at her. Yeah, that. Ida said, we would be honored to help you. The Baku squad started grinning and Midoriya had the slightest feeling that this would either be all right or end in disaster. Are you ready? Shiro asked Kirishima, who gave a thumbs up. Yeah. Kirishima yelled back. Shiro turned to Todoroki and Midoriya. You guys can start once we back up. Shiro, Mina, and Kaminari backed up and brought Tokoyami, Hitoshi, Azui, Ida, and Uraraka back to a safe distance. Wow, you guys can be responsible, Hitoshi murmured. What? Nothing. Midoriya turned to Kirishima. Now. Kirishima nodded. Yeah. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1. Midoriya opened his mouth and Todoroki lifted his hand. Go! This was yelled by the entire Baku squad. Midoriya opened his mouth and let out his fire. Todoroki did the same thing with his hand. Kirishima spun as the flames liked his rock-hard skin. He was several meters away, enough so that the heat could get to him, but not enough so that he was engulfed in them. After a few moments, Midoriya and Todoroki stopped their flames. The bystanders rushed to them. You guys good? Uraraka asked them. Yeah. Todoroki nodded. Meanwhile, Mina, Shiro, and Kaminari were plucking off the roasted marshmallows off Kirishima. This is going to be great. To be honest, Shiro said, I didn't think it was going to work. But it did, didn't it? The three started to make some s'mores and the others walked to them. What was the purpose of all that? Ida asked and Mina handed him one dessert. Ida took it and Mina grabbed another one and bit into it. For eating, was her answer. She then started handing out some more s'mores to the others, who took it and started eating. If we keep this up, we can make some for the entire class. Kaminari shouted and Kirishima brought his fist up. So manly. Karo, so this is like a reward? Yep. Then I approve. Ida proclaimed. They ended up making over 100 s'mores, which they shared with Class 1B. Ibra brought Midoriya to the side. So yesterday, that was an amazing representation of Moses parting the Red Sea. It was. Certainly. Do you want s'more? Thank you, Midoriya. No problem. So I actually haven't watched One Piece, so if anything seems off please tell me. Thank you to Wolfboy939 for the suggestion. Plus 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 plus. If there was one specific time and place that Midoriya knew everything was going to go wrong, he would say when he woke up today. It was a regular morning for Midoriya this month. Waking up, he went to brush his teeth and when he came back, he was going to put on his uniform. The problem was, why the heck am I stretchy? Midoriya frowned, looking at his finger. When Midoriya was putting on his uniform, his finger must have got caught somewhere because it started stretching. It was kind of like that mom from The Incredibles. A theory lodged itself into Midoriya's head. Looking down at his arm, he stretched it and brought it back to normal. Over and over and over again, until Midoriya could confidently say that he got used to the fact that his arm was somehow stretching. After putting on his uniform, Midoriya packed his bag and went downstairs to eat. Most of the class was already there, except for a few individuals, like Ida, who must have went to school earlier. Midoriya's actually in One Piece. Kaminari teased and Midoriya could feel the blush come up. I don't go to Recovery Girl every day. Midoriya protested and Mina raised an eyebrow. Then what about all those times you broke your bones? I can control my quirk now, thank you very much. Sure. I'm serious. So am I. Midoriya sighed as Zero high-fived Mina. Todoroki looked at Midoriya and asked, "What's your new add-on today?" Midoriya held out his arm and started to stretch it, back and forth and back and forth. Kirishima whispered to Kaminari, "Is it weird I find this satisfying?" No, it was not, Kirishima. Midoriya also thought that as well. So you're like Elastigirl from The Incredibles, right, Deku? Uraraka asked as she watched his arm. Midoriya tilted his head. That's the name of the mom, right? Uraraka nodded. Bakugo growled, "Who the F cares about the name of whatever effing character? Deku's stretching like a effing piece of gum." Midoriya sweat dropped as Mina started to tease Bakugo about caring for Midoriya. Mina had guts all right. He just hoped that she still had guts when she was done with Bakugo. Midoriya was glad that he didn't have to figure out his quirk in some slightly dangerous way. Like when he sneezed out fire yesterday. That was not fun at all. He sat down in his seat at homeroom by the window. Aizawa came up to the front of the room. That's when everything went downhill. For his classmates. Not him. "We are," Aizawa announced, "going to have a hero exercise that will last the entire day." The class buzzed with excitement as Aizawa continued. This exercise is designed to improve your attention to your surroundings, as well as your quick thinking and your stamina. It's called Everyone Against Everyone and is exactly what it sounds like. It will take up the entire day and will take place in ground beta. All Might will continue to explain. Aizawa walked out of the room and, although the students couldn't see him, went into the teacher's lounge, where he stepped into his sleeping bag, zipped himself up, and went to sleep. "I am here," All Might announced, yelling as he stepped into the classroom in his small form. They had already seen him like this at the end of the Kenneo ward incident. "Now, I will explain how you will be graded." The students leaned forward to hear the instructions. After all, it wasn't every day that a training session would take up the entire day. You will be in ground beta and will be graded on your performance. All 20 of you will be going at the same time. However, if you get stuck in a situation where you would be helpless against a villain when you are battling, you will be out, or if capture tape is wrapped around you. The last one standing will win, followed by whoever got out second to last, third to last, and so forth. Any questions? All Might was met in silence. Midoriya's cogs were already turning until an idea got into his head. As he analyzed this idea, he came up with more and more concepts. His smile started to turn into a smirk. "No questions? Then change into your hero costumes." All Might pushed a button to reveal the white cases that contained their outfits. "Meet at ground beta in 10 minutes. "Alright, that's everyone," All Might said as Zero and Kaminari walked to the group. The 21 individuals were standing right outside ground beta. "Now," All Might began, "there are civilian robots everywhere as well as hidden cameras so that your teachers, including myself, can watch you. The less damage you make, the less points you knock off your final score." Ida raised his hand. "Sir, how is the final score judged and measured?" "Oh, All Might took out a small booklet and everyone's sweat dropped at his actions. "The more people you take out, the more points. However, you can also get points through rescuing civilian robots from any damage that was created. If you hurt or kill any civilians, points will go down, and the more damage you create, the more points will go down as well." Ida nodded as he lowered his hand. "Anyone else have any final questions?" All Might looked around. "No? Then come and pick a location from this box and go to it so we can start." He pulled out a box full of paper slips. Midoriya picked a random one and smiled. Anyone around him would see a sunshine child. However, his thoughts were as sly as the devil himself. Midoriya was on top of a building when All Might said go. He jumped from building top to building top as he scanned his surroundings. Spotting Kaminari, he grinned wildly. "Is it just me, or does Midoriya see more?" All Might thought out loud. "Unrestrained," suggested Aizawa. "Feral?" Present Mike was careful not to activate his quirk. "Yeah, that. We'll just have to wait and see." Nizu took a sip of his tea while the teachers around him gulped. Midoriya had caught the attention of Nizu. Whether that was good or bad, they couldn't tell. Midoriya closed one eye and used his arms to aim at Kaminari's neck. He was going to try to use Kendo's move. Carefully and quietly, he shot his shot. Kaminari went down like a ship. 1 down, 18 to go. Kaminari is now out. The good thing about these kind of exercises, Midoriya thought as he jumped, was that everyone forgot about everything but themselves. It made picking off people like ticks so much easier. So far, he had gotten Kaminari, Sato, and Kuda. Midoriya was apologizing a million times in his head when he took out Kuda. But Midoriya wanted to win. And that's what he would do. Mina looked around as she ran her way around the false city. Somehow, it felt like something was watching her, like a predator just waiting to pounce. She stopped by a corner and looked around once more. Nothing. The feeling wouldn't shake off, suffocating her until a swift chop to the neck made her close her eyes. Mina is out. Another thing Midoriya continued to think was that because the city was so large, it was very hard to find anyone. Besides Bakugo, who was yelling his head off at Todoroki. Midoriya grinned at Bakugo's mistake. He'd just have to save those two for the very end. One for all powered his legs as he jumped. Medical robots brought the unconscious people over and anyone who got out to a separate room to watch the others. These people were Kaminari, Kuda, Mina, Sato, and Aoyama, who got out by Todoroki. Wow, look at Midoriya. Kaminari shouted as Midoriya jumped onto a water tower like a spider. I think he got me out, Mina said. Yep, he did, she confirmed as Midoriya hunted down Ajuru and hit his neck. Do you think he's going to win? Aoyama wondered. Unless Hagakure, Bakugo, and Todoroki can get him out before he takes out everyone else, then yes. I bet on it, Sato answered, and they continued to watch Midoriya's conquest for first. Midoriya had spotted Zero and unfortunately, Zero had also spotted him. Just because you've got another quirk doesn't mean you'll win outright, Midoriya. Zero pointed his elbows at Midoriya and shot tape out. Midoriya swung as the tape missed. Until Zero slid the opposite direction that Midoriya was going and shot tape onto Midoriya's leg. Midoriya looked at the triumphant face of Zero, who tried to wrap him up. Midoriya jumped from a building and grabbed onto Zero's arms. Zero's face widened as he was pulled towards Midoriya's leg. Zero is out. And Zero's out, Mina announced. Midoriya's going all out, isn't he? Yep. Once Zero was taken care of, Midoriya didn't have any time to land when he felt someone kicking him away. Midoriya's eyebrows furrowed. Hagakure was going to be tough. He extended his arms around his estimated area and wrapped them around the area before tightening it. Hagakure was caught. You know, you could make your costume out of your hair like Mirio-senpai's or some part of your DNA. Would be helpful. Thanks for the suggestion, Midoriya. Hagakure sighed as Midoriya took one arm and wrapped it around her wrists. Hagakure is out. All Might announced. Why do those DMN extras drop out so fast? Bakugo yelled as he aimed more explosions as Todoroki. Todoroki shrugged and that angered Bakugo. With a yell, he ran towards Todoroki once more. Midoriya had to say, a lot of his opponents were tough and some of them were in the middle of their own battles. Midoriya had let them finish their battles before taking out the winner. It was efficient, easy, and made the least amount of damage. He grinned as he made a mental list of who was left. Just Tokoyami, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo. He could do this. Go Midoriya. Zero cheered as Midoriya engaged in a battle with Kirishima. He's doing pretty well, Ajui thought as Midoriya pulled a move just like what he did with Zero. He's repetitive, but can come up with new moves on the fly, Momo commented. Kirishima had tried to swing Midoriya back and forth, but Midoriya was able to swing his arms up to make Kirishima go up in the air before landing on the ground. Bringing Kirishima down on his knee, Midoriya wrapped capture tape on his wrists. Kirishima, out. See. Momo pointed at the screen and Hitoshi nodded. After all, Hitoshi was rather salty about his defeat. He was going to be an underground hero. And he was defeated by a sneak attack. Whoop-de-doo. Midoriya is doing quite well, Ectoplasm commented. Aizawa looked at the screen. Although his moves may be thought of as a villain's move, they are effective and would be necessary for the least amount of damage, just like an underground hero's. Nizu grinned even wider. Dark Shadow saw Midoriya and quickly alerted Tokoyami. Midoriya. Tokoyami turned to look at Midoriya. Dark Shadow surrounded Tokoyami. Your stretchy arms will not work, Tokoyami said, and Dark Shadow rushed to Midoriya. Midoriya smirked and Tokoyami could feel fear strike into his heart. Don't you remember my other one? Midoriya shot and landed on the buildings, just like his mentor, Gran Torino. Once he was sure Tokoyami was busy trying to comprehend his location, he struck his back and rapped capture tap on him. Tokoyami, out. Midoriya grinned. Now just Todoroki and Kaken. The people in the out room were stunned. Midoriya can be scary, good to know, Hitoshi noted. Midoriya watched Todoroki and Bakugo battle. These two were at it for so long, Midoriya doubted that the battle would end. He shrugged and leaned back, watching the two duke it out. Whatever damage they created was their loss. He would just have to take on the winner. Young Midoriya is just standing there? That could be good. If one of them were a hero and the other a villain, Midoriya wouldn't be getting in the way. But this is a training simulation, not real life. Exactly. Nizu sipped his tea. Midoriya had been sitting there for 5 minutes when the two were starting to slow down. Bakugo's explosions were weaker than usual and one side of Todoroki was started to shiver while the other one was on the edge of burning. Midoriya decided to help out. He combined One for All and his new quirk and shot his arm right in front of Todoroki, tripping him. Bakugo was able to use that window of opportunity to take Todoroki out. Todoroki out. Unfortunately, Midoriya was also thinking the same thing about him. As soon as Bakugo let out an explosion, Midoriya wrapped his arms around Bakugo and used One for All to land and kick Bakugo. The F you shitty nerd? Bakugo yelled as he let out an explosion. However, he was terribly weakened from the battle, so the kick connected. A crater was created under Bakugo and Midoriya used his capture tape. He went behind Bakugo and wrapped it around him. Bakugo is out, meaning Midoriya is the winner. Midoriya smiled as he ran away from Bakugo's rage. That was rather climatic, Snipe said, and Midnight liked her lips. That turned me on. No need for those comments, Aizawa grumbled. Nizu was silent as he went over what he just saw and grinned. The others gulped at what could make the rat so happy. I want insurance, Aizawa complained as Nizu started cackling into his cup of tea. Midoriya was pretty sure that you weren't supposed to go randomly flat. He was also pretty sure that you weren't supposed to inflate like a balloon as well. He was very sure that you weren't supposed to be able to change your width. Then again, he's in UA. What did he expect? Right now, Midoriya was testing his new quirk thing with his hand while he brushed his teeth in the bathroom. Siro walked in, took one look at Midoriya's hand, then walked out saying, "Nope, not doing this today." Midoriya honestly didn't blame him. After Midoriya put on his uniform and swung his bag over his shoulder, Midoriya walked outside, into the hallways, yelling, "I am perfectly okay." Hitoshi, Aoyama, and Tokoyami could be heard sighing in relief. As Midoriya walked into the classroom, his yellow caterpillar of a teacher looked at him dead in the eye and said, "Principal Nizu wants to see you in his office. He's already given you a pardon until lunch because of your grades. He's also said something about a project to replace it." Aizawa shivered a bit, although no one noticed due to the giant yellow sleeping bag that engulfed him. Midoriya tilted his head slightly as his classmates both outside and inside the classroom looked at him. Turning around, he went down another hallway to the principal's office. The door swung wide open right before Midoriya knocked on it. He looked down to spot Nizu. "Hello, Midoriya." Nizu said, "I was looking for you. Come, sit with me and have some tea." Nizu gestured towards the sitting area that was already set up. Midoriya walked towards a chair and sat down. Nizu sat across from him on the couch. Pouring tea in both his and Midoriya's cup, Nizu smiled at Midoriya. "Principal Nizu," Midoriya asked, "why'd you ask for me?" Nizu's eye twinkled. "Well, Midoriya, I was thinking of taking you on as a student." If Midoriya was drinking his tea, he wasn't, the cup was still on the table, he would have spat it out. "You want me to be your student?" Midoriya asked, disbelieving. Nizu nodded. "Yes, Your thinking and analyzing skills are astounding. Has anyone told you that? Midoriya's eyes looked to the side as he muttered, more like thought as creepy and stalkerish. Oh, it's not stalkerish at all, Niza declared as he sipped his tea. Tell me, if it weren't for strategy, how could one find a weakness? Just by pure strength? Nonsense. If you say so. Oh no, I know so, and so do you. Midoriya stared at the strange creature before him. This rat dog bear thought his notebooks were special. A sense of pride burst in his heart. Would you still like to be my student? Yes. Midoriya answered, of course. Now, I was thinking, Niza's face twisted into a grin. How would you like to influence society for your first project? Right now, let's do the Quirkless for now, shall we? Midoriya grinned, his face matching Niza's. Aizawa sneezed as he lied down in his sleeping bag. This was not good at all. Hey guys! Mina shouted. Get a load of this article. What is it? Kaminari pulled up right next to Mina. This, she pointed at her computer as Class 1A gathered around her. Bakugo only had to look at the title before knowing who wrote it. The Quirked with the Quirkless. Everyone knows that 80% of the population have quirks. The other 20%? They're what we call the Quirkless, born without a quirk. Some call them less evolved, others call them an abomination, and even more people call them a waste of space. What they don't know is that the 80-20 figure is a lie. Let's picture this with 10 people, representing the population. We can get rid of 8 of them, they're the quirked. So the other 2 are the quirkless. Half of them are the elderly, or born in a generation when quirklessness was common, so we can take 1 person away. We're left with 10%, right? Wrong again. A third of them die from suicide. A quarter of them die from abuse, murder, RPE, and many more outside interference. Another quarter of them die from accidents. When you subtract all these figures, you're left with a small figure of 1.7%. Only 1.7% of all quirkless people survive past high school. And even then, they're usually denied of a job due to their quirkless status, like it's their fault that they were born that way. It wasn't that they chose to be quirkless, it's just that nature took its course and that's how it ended up. There's a reason that when you look up quirkless, death rates are the first result to come up. Oh my god, Uraraka whispered as she looked on her phone. She had looked up only one word and the first result was just as the article said. Death rates. The others around her looked at it in horror. They turned back to Mina's computer. Now, you may ask, what does this have to do with you? Many things actually. There are many quirkless heroes in America, most famously Batman and Robin, and there are also quirkless support item inventors, such as Melissa Shield, daughter of the famous David Shield. Support items exist and are a steady part of the economy as well. Some may argue that the quirkless have less brains and are naturally dumb. Must I remind you of the fact that less than 1% of our entire history involved the quirk? How our ancestors started civilization from scratch to create the foundation of our society. Even if this argument is made, there is no course that offers the quirkless study that goes as far in depth as those that involves the quirks. If you look up quirkless courses, the only courses that are offered are often low-paying jobs, such as plumbing and electrician. Even if someone did graduate from there, who would take them? The answer? No one besides the companies who are quirkless. These companies often go out of business due to being unable to compete with the quirked businesses who are already very large. The quirked business pushed them out of the competition, leaving more and more unemployed people. If you look on job applications, one of the first things they ask you is your quirk status. But one reason is so that they can prevent any accidents that may happen. Another? To make sure that they aren't hiring a quirkless person. If you point your fingers at the schools will deny this. Because it might scratch up their perfect record and their shot of becoming famous for the heroes that used to go to. For example, back at my middle school, the most powerful often got away with illegal quirk usage, as well as bullying, stealing money, and other atrocious things. The teachers and the principal claimed that it was because they were playing and the bully didn't know how to control their quirk. That bully was a teenager. If he couldn't figure out how to control his own quirk after 13 years, then should he really be a hero? Wouldn't he be more of a threat instead? Even if the Quirkless are a small amount, even if people ignore them, one fact stays true. They exist. And have the same right to exist like you. Whoa, Kirishima said once they finished reading, that's really deep and manly. It's sad. Hagakure sniffled, only 1.7% survive until high school. Not even villainous quirked people have that treatment, Hitoshi commented, and Todoroki clenched his fist. Who wrote this? Azui carrowed and Mina scrolled down. It seems like the author took up the name. The Truth Revealer. Since Midoriya's first article, many rallies were organized and were going around the city. Midoriya almost felt bad for the heroes. Keyword, almost. It was time for the Quirkless to rise. It was time for the Quirk to realize where they were and to stop bullying the Quirkless. It was time for them to know their place. In a good way, mind. So, Midoriya did what any person would do for revenge. By waking several hours early and making his very own prank war against his entire class. This was going to be great. Hitoshi was tired. Then again, he was always tired since he had insomnia. He poured his coffee from the coffee machine into his cup. Then he walked over to the couch to see what everyone else was doing. Hey! Midoriya came from out of nowhere. Hello, he replied. What's your quirk this time? Oh, it's an analysis quirk. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. So basically what you do every day. Yep. And how did you figure this out? I ended up adding a few more pages of notes to my notebook. That explained it. Midoriya had over a dozen notebooks purely for analysis. He took a sip of his coffee before spitting it out. Midoriya jumped and looked at him worriedly. Are you okay? The coffee tastes weird, Hitoshi stuttered. Midoriya took his cup, dipped his finger into the mixture, then looked up at Hitoshi. Hitoshi, why are you drinking paint? Tokoyami was an emo, as everyone phrased it. He woke up, brushed his teeth, and then when he came back to his room. What a mad banquet of darkness. Somehow, sparkly glitter was placed everywhere in his room, as well as mirrors, a disco ball, and lights, as well as many other things. Dark shadow temporarily came out and covered his eyes while screeching. My eyes. My eyes. Dark shadow promptly went back in Tokoyami. Tokoyami sighed as he lowered his head, closed his eyes, took a step forward, and somehow triggered a bucket of glitter to fall onto him. He sighed once more. At least his eyes were closed. Unfortunately, the glitter would be a pain to clean up. Tokoyami heard Aoyama scream, so he left his abomination of a room to see what was up with him. Aoyama had never been so petrified in his life. His glitter was covered with black glitter. Black streamers hung from the roof and his disco ball was nowhere to be seen. Dark drapes were everywhere and absolutely nothing was glittery or bright. It was as if Tokoyami switched rooms with him. So, he did what any rational person would do. He, Aoyama Yuga, fainted. Sato was baking some dessert downstairs. It was a few cookies and they were in the oven. With a ding, Sato opened the oven to reveal the finished cookies. Hello, Sato. Kirishima waved as he made his way over. Several others of his classmates came as well. You baked cookies this time? Kaminari took a cookie and Sato handed them to everyone. However, bleh. What the hell? Why? My cookie. Confused, Sato took a bite out of one. Then made a face. His cookies weren't sweet. They were salty and sour. Salt and pure citric acid. Bakugo was having a bad day. He had an awful time sleeping and was tired. He tried to sit up but something was blocking him. Looking down, he spotted the culprit. Duct tape. Lots of it. It covered his entire body and Bakugo immediately tried to make explosions. It didn't. Bakugo looked to the side to see a typed piece of paper that read, "Hope you enjoy your fireproof and waterproof surprise." Bakugo's yell could be heard all through the dorm. Todoroki would like to say that he was calm. Today, that concept went straight out the window. Because everywhere, all around his room, were action figures. Posters. Encouragement. Toys. Of one certain fiery hero. Endeavor. Ida liked neat and orderly things. He had many glasses in case his broke. So imagine when he realized all his books were out of order. Ciro's elbows were part of his quirk. It wasn't his fault that his elbows were shaped like that. They were a part of his quirk. Zero looked around his vandalized room. What the hell? He muttered as he tried to make his way through the tape maze. He failed miserably. Kaminari wouldn't say he was dumb. Kaminari wouldn't say that he may or may not accidentally cause power outages. However, Kaminari would say that he didn't have the time to unwrap all his stuff, which had gift wrapping paper, tissue paper, and sticky notes with bows everywhere. Did he mention they were math-themed? Things got worse as the day went by. The girls were spared from having their rooms vandalized, but there were pranks. Like that water one in the elevator. And that ghost that was in the hallway mirror. And the fact that the lights kept swinging and flickering. And that ladybug that was actually a jelly bean. And a bunch of other things. Yeah, the girls made a pact to never mention this day again. Soon, the girls found out that the boys had it less lucky. Zero was covered in tape. Sato was mourning for his lost sugar. Bakugo was still ripping tape off himself and blaming Zero. Todoroki looked lost. Ida was ranting about his non-alphabetized books. Hitoshi was making himself a coffee and was muttering, "This is not paint, this is not paint, this is not paint." Aoyama was still out cold and Tokoyami was trying to comfort Dark Shadow. Not to mention his feathers were glittery now. After sharing their experiences, they concluded that the culprit was a boy. That was probably the reason why only the boys' rooms were a mess and the girls weren't. Then they got into a whole lot more trouble. You! Monoma pointed his finger at Class 1A. Class 1A watched as Class 1B stormed over. Kendo was trying to pacify Monoma but was also not using her hand trick. "What did we do?" Midoriya asked. Monoma sneered. "You started a prank war." Monoma laughed uncontrollably and then threw some water balloons that he pulled out of nowhere. Monoma ended up getting a scolding. "Who's the culprit?" Mina yelled once they got back. "Hey, Midoriya?" Uraraka asked. "Yeah. What happened to your room?" All eyes were on Midoriya, who lowered his head while twiddling his thumbs. "Well, you know my All Might stuff?" She nodded and everyone wondered where he was going with this. Midoriya sighed and waved them over. "It's better if I just show you." He opened his door to reveal his room, which was devoid of All Might stuff. "I got this note." Midoriya raised a piece of paper that read, "If you want your stuff back, then you'll have to wait till tomorrow. No harsh feelings, okay?" The class gasped in horror while Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki comforted Midoriya. Midoriya, on the inside, cackled. Who knew he was so good at acting? Midoriya suddenly sat up as he remembered what happened the day before. What had he done? He groaned and clenched his blankets. Then everything went wrong. His blankets crumbled and Midoriya's mind went blank as they broke apart. He needed them to stay together. And the blankets went back together. Midoriya suddenly grabbed a pencil and broke it apart, then putting it back together. His mind went to work as he tried to figure out what quirk he had. He could disassemble and reassemble things that he touched with his hands. Midoriya's eyes widened as his brain settled on one conclusion. He had Overhaul's quirk. He looked at his hands in horror. Midoriya had Overhaul. He had Overhaul. Midoriya had the quirk of a villain. Midoriya shook himself out of his thoughts. After all, if he refused to accept it, he would be going against what he said to Todoroki. Todoroki wasn't his father. He wasn't a villain, right? Midoriya picked up a pencil and tried to use Overhaul but lifted his pinky in the air. It didn't work. He sighed in relief as he put down the pencil and made his way to the door. Turning the knob, he almost walked into Hitoshi, Aoyama, and Tokoyami, who was about to knock on the door. "Ah, this is not what it looks like," Hitoshi said, and Midoriya raised an eyebrow. "Then what is it supposed to look like?" Aoyama jumped into the conversation. "You haven't used your emergency call and haven't gone out, Mon Ami. Of course we are worried." Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck, pinky in the air. Thanks. But do you really expect me to be in trouble?" Yes. Honestly, yeah." Midoriya gave them a deadpan look. Then he sighed. "By the way, do you have any of those plastic gloves? The surgical ones? I'm pretty sure Momo can create us some downstairs." "Why?" "Why what? Why do you need them, Mon Ami?" Midoriya showed them his hands. I've got a quirk that's touch activated, but it has to be a 5-fingered touch, like Uraraka's. That makes sense, Tokoyami nodded. So I'm going to brush my teeth, Midoriya walked through the group. Thank you for your concern. No problem. You're welcome. Keep on sparkling, mon ami. Midoriya's sweat dropped at Aoyama's sparkliness and walked to the bathroom, where he almost destroyed some towels and bakugu. Midoriya walked out of the bathroom, went to his room, changed into his uniform, and went down. The elevator opened as he walked out to the common room, where he stopped in his tracks. Because he heard Uraraka squeal, Eri's going to come over and help us eat some more apples. We still haven't finished them. Midoriya went over to Momo and tapped his shoulders. Oh, Midoriya. Do you need anything? Ah, can you make some medical gloves? The ones that the doctors use. Oh, sure, Midoriya, but why do you need something like that? Momo asked, confused. She created some blue ones and passed them to Midoriya. I've got a touch-based quirk and I think that I need some gloves so I don't accidentally use it, Midoriya explained as he walked over to a drawer and pulled out some scissors. That makes sense. Do you need to all 5 fingers to activate it? Momo watched Midoriya cut the thumbs of the gloves. Midoriya nodded and put away the no longer needed scissors. Putting the gloves on, he looked at the clock. We better get going, school will start in 15 minutes. Midoriya ran to get his bag by the door and ran out to catch up with some of the class that were already out. Hey Deku. Uraraka asked during lunch. What quirk do you have? She asked, and Ida, Hitoshi, Tokoyami and Todoroki looked up as well. All Midoriya had told his friends was that his quirk was touch-based. He sighed. Midoriya knew that he had to tell them sooner or later, but that didn't make it less scary. You know Eri? They nodded. You know the villain that had her? Midoriya asked. Ida answered, the villain was Chisaki Kai, correct? Midoriya nodded and continued, do you know his quirk? Didn't the police not release it to the public? Hitoshi pointed out and Midoriya said, I was part of the raid, like Uraraka. Uraraka nodded. Yeah. He had this quirk that could disassemble and reassemble things or something. I wasn't part of the main team though. However, Midoriya and Kirishima were. Her face turned pale, then she turned to Midoriya. Don't tell me. Midoriya sighed for what seemed like the millionth time. Yeah, I do. That's why you have the gloves, right? Todoroki questioned. Midoriya nodded. Midoriya ended up answering everyone's questions about his quirk. He then went to answer their questions on Overhaul. Uraraka also added some things in. You should have seen Deku. He was so cool. Midoriya flushed a deep red as Uraraka explained what he did in detail. By the time the lunch bell rung, signaling the end of their lunch PRD, they had started talking about Eri and cats. Deku! Eri jumped into Midoriya's arms. He was careful not to touch her with all of his fingers. Then he remembered the gloves. Midoriya smiled just a bit wider as he wrapped his arms around her body. How are you? He asked as their hug ended. Eri smiled. It was great. Midoriya looked around and frowned. Where's Mirio-senpai? Here I am. Mirio jumped out of nowhere and Eri giggled at Midoriya's surprised face. Wanna come in? Midoriya invited Mirio in, who happily helped himself to the abundant apples, even though they had them for a real long time. Why are you wearing gloves, Deku? Eri asked as she held his hand in both of hers. It's because I have a touch-based quirk. Which one? Midoriya looked down and smiled sadly. He squatted down to her height and said, it's something like Overhaul's. He expected Eri to jump away. What he didn't expect her to do was to get closer to Midoriya and hug him. I don't care. It's your quirk now, isn't it? Midoriya's shock slowly faded and he started to smile. Yes, it's my quirk now. Deku's a hero, so he won't do anything bad. Yep, Midoriya said, I'm a hero, so I'll do everything to protect you. The two hugged once more as Mirio enjoyed the scene happening in front of him. Midoriya swore that he would protect Eri and his friends from harm, even if it was the last thing he would do. Midoriya woke up. A strange feeling was settling in his gut. He felt empty. He felt incomplete. He felt like the person he once was. A Quirkless Deku. Panicking, he tried to use one for all. Midoriya could feel it, he could feel it simmering under his skin. The only thing was, something was blocking it. And that only meant one thing, Midoriya realized. He was Quirkless once again. Quickly picking up his phone, he texted All Might. Small Might? All Might? All Might, I am here. What is it, young Midoriya? Small Might, I can't use one for all today. All Might, what? Small Might, it's not like I don't have it, it's just that I can't use it. All Might, this is concerning, at least there's no hero training today. Do you want the day off? Small Might, I want to show everyone Quirkless doesn't mean useless. All Might, alright, but if you get in danger, I'm taking you out of it. Small Might, okay All Might. Goodbye. All Might, goodbye young Midoriya. As Midoriya turned off his phone, he shouted, I am not in any sort of danger. And no, I do not have a quirk that makes me lie. I'll prove it to you by saying All Might is awesome. Okay Midoriya. Midoriya heard Dark Shadow yell back. Chuckling softly, Midoriya put on his uniform and then went to brush his teeth. After that, he went downstairs with his bag to see Aizawa standing by the doorway. Hey, Aizawa-sensei's here. Kirishima pointed and everyone looked at the teacher. Why is Aizawa-sensei here? Uraraka thought and Todoroki had taken out a notebook and a pencil. Midoriya? Please come with me. Aizawa waved Midoriya over. He followed Aizawa out of the dorms, leaving many confused classmates behind. Todoroki stared at the retreating backs of Midoriya and Aizawa and shouted, I might have been looking in the wrong direction. Hitoshi, are you secret love children of? We are not brothers and I told you. Hitoshi explained like he was explaining to a 5-year-old. Aizawa-sensei is not my father and neither is Midoriya All Might's. Todoroki stared at Hitoshi before writing something down in his notebook. What do you need, Aizawa-sensei? Midoriya looked at his tired teacher, who sighed and said, I have heard from All Might that you cannot use your quirk. Midoriya nodded. So I will make sure that you remember that you cannot use it. With no disrespect Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya interrupted, but I'm a late bloomer and I know how it is to not have a quirk. When did you get your quirk? Huh. You heard me, problem child, Aizawa said. When did you get your quirk? Speak louder, problem child. The day of the entrance exam. Aizawa stared at him for several moments, making Midoriya twiddle his thumbs. After a long and silent pause, Aizawa sighed and said, Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Well, I thought that I could learn it by mice. I would have taught you a different way. Midoriya looked up when he heard Aizawa use his actual name. I thought that you had it for your entire life, not just a few days, Aizawa explained, exasperated. Aizawa-sensei? Yes, problem child? I want to prove to everyone that Quirkless doesn't mean useless. Aizawa grinned and Midoriya could sense chaos coming. As they reached the classroom, Aizawa said, And so do I. Aizawa and Midoriya went over their plan and as they got further into it, Midoriya was grinning as wildly as Aizawa. Class 1A wouldn't know what hit them. Meanwhile, Nizu was cackling in his office. Why do you think Midoriya had to go to class early? Kaminari wondered as the 19 students went to class. I have no idea, but I am sure that Aizawa-sensei had a reasonable explanation for his actions. Ida declared and Kaminari chuckled awkwardly. Well, you can't help but wonder, Sato pointed out and Uraraka nodded. Who the F cares about the shitty nerd? He'll explain it to us when we get there. Hitoshi casually opened the door to reveal Aizawa grinning. Take your seats. They sat down in their seats and Aizawa watched them shuffle in them. We're doing a project. A project on the Quirkless. Bakogu stiffened. I want all of you to write at least 2 pages of notes on the subject and talk about it in front of the class after lunch. Aizawa went into his sleeping bag and said, You can use your phones and computers. You do not have to work together, but you can work in groups of 3 or less. He then fell asleep. The class burst into discussion. This should be interesting, Midoriya thought as he wrote down his speech. What did you guys think of our assignment? Uraraka asked and Azui carroed. I think it's rather interesting to do it. After all, they are in our population. Ida nodded and said his opinion of it. It's important as heroes to make sure that they don't get in the way or have any problems because of their status. Midoriya, what do you think? Todoroki turned to Midoriya, who was clenching his chopsticks tightly. Oh, yes, it's nice to see them in our curriculum, Midoriya managed to get out. Todoroki, satisfied with his answer, turned away. So they think the Quirkless need protecting? Midoriya would give them that and more. Alright, time for your speeches. Yaoyorozu, you may go first. Momo walked up to the front and gave her. Well, the Quirkless make up 20% of the population, but most of them are elderly. They are decreasing in number, making hero work a bit easier. However, they are delicate, which can be proven through the suicide rates shown in the article by the new anonymous author. Midoriya grit his teeth. His article was not for this purpose. As his classmates came up one by one, Midoriya's speech changed rapidly. What was supposed to be a light explanation became a rather harsh speech. Surprisingly, Bakugo was acceptable at least by his standards. Hitoshi and Todoroki were right behind him. And finally, Midoriya, please come up. Midoriya stood up and went to the front of the class. I've got to say, based on all your speeches, you'd have to think that the Quirkless are some topic that you just need to do to pass. That they don't concern you. His eyes scanned the classroom and the class shivered under his gaze. His emerald eyes were acidic and his stare made them want to shiver in their seats. Some say they are delicate. His eyes went to Momo, absolute rubbish. They've had to suffer abuse, bullying, and the world was against them. It's because of society that they had to resort to suicide. It's because of this thinking that made them want to die. It's because of all our messed up ways and thoughts on them that made them want to disappear. We never accepted them as our own, but we might as well think of them as a different species. Want to know how I know this? The class nodded and his eyes went wide, his smile feral. I lived through it. How? Mina asked and Midoriya chuckled. I was a late bloomer. I didn't get my quirk until the day of the entrance exam. What? So the first time you used it, Ida started. Uraraka finished his sentence. Was when you saved me. The class looked at the two before looking back at the scary Midoriya. Yep. And let me tell you this. By statistics, if you were all quirkless, only 2 people would be alive and kicking. The others would have committed suicide. Want to know why? They nodded. If you were quirkless, the teachers would ignore you. If you were quirkless, you could be beaten and bullied in front of them and they wouldn't care. You could be just sitting there and they'd give you detention. If someone drew on your desk and told you to kill yourself, all the teacher would say is to clean it up and not be messy and they'd give you more detention. If you got a great grade, they'd sabotage it. After all, the quirkless were supposed to be stupid, uneducated, less evolved. Some flinched at the last sentence. And why is that? We didn't ask to be like this. His voice was dangerously soft. We wanted a quirk, we wanted to be accepted, we wanted to be able to have friends. People evaded us like a disease, we were diagnosed. He practically spat out the word, like we were sick. Tell me, what did we do to deserve this? Midoriya looked at Aizawa, who nodded. Today, I'm going to be debunking the myths. And showing you guys the truth. Midoriya picked up a piece of chalk and the rest of the day was spent up by Midoriya teaching his class what it was like to be quirkless. Midoriya was bright red. Wait, no, bright blue. Okay then he's green. And now he's silver. Midoriya sat up in bed at the alarm. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at his nails. They were still painted from when he was a female. Chipping, the paint was now a duller color. He actually liked the nail art and was pretty upset. That's when the color changing started. The colors on his nails got brighter and brighter. Midoriya stared as the colors returned to bright colors they once were. Looking around, he grabbed a piece of paper and turned it blue. And then green. And then purple. He then looked at his hand and changed it to red, silver, yellow, and then black before turning it back to its normal color. That confirmed it. Midoriya was officially a human chameleon. By the time Midoriya brushed his teeth, changed clothes, and went downstairs, everyone was already there. Hello, Midoriya. Sato greeted him as Midoriya washed an apple. Hey Sato, how are you today? Midoriya smiled as he bit into the apple. Oh good, thanks for asking. What about you? How's your quirk? Sato asked. Midoriya held up his apple and changed it to gold. I've got a color-changing quirk this time. Sato nodded. That would be pretty useful, since you wouldn't need food coloring. Yeah, food coloring can be pretty annoying. Midoriya walked over to his friends by the couch, where Todoroki was debating with Hitoshi and Ida. But Ida, the facts are perfect. Todoroki, you should not pry into other people's business. Hitoshi, are you sure? Midoriya looks nothing like me and neither does Aizawa-sensei. You both have the eye bags and the hair. My hair is purple. Besides, wouldn't Aizawa have to marry? My parents are dead. So? That's the purpose of a secret love child. What's going on? Midoriya whispered to Uraraka, who was also watching the three argue. I don't know, she whispered back. The two watched Hitoshi deny that he was anyone's secret love child. At one point, Midoriya had thrown away his apple core. After a few more moments of debate, Midoriya pointed out, Todoroki, you need to figure out how Hitoshi got his quirk before you can find the father. That got Todoroki's attention. You're right, thank you Midoriya. He rushed upstairs. Hitoshi let out a sigh of relief before turning to Midoriya. Thanks, Midoriya. You're welcome, Hitoshi. Just then, Sato got everyone's attention by clapping his hands. Everyone, can I have your attention? The class turned to Sato. Thank you, he said before continuing. As you know, Midoriya made many apples 12 days ago. If we don't finish them within the next few days, they are most likely going to start to rot. So, I will be trying to make some more apple treats. Right now, we still have 52 apples left. I'll help you bake. Midoriya volunteered. Yeah, so will I. Uraraka raised her hand. Kirishima thought out loud, it sounds fun. Mina twirled and said, I want to make some candy apples. Me too. Soon, the entire class was somehow involved with the plan. They managed to rope Bakugo in by promising to help him make a chamoy apple. They divided the class of 20 into 4 teams. Team 1 would make the candy apples and 1 chamoy apple. Team 2 would make mini apple tarts. Team 3 would make applesauce. Finally, Team 4 would make apple cider. Each team would have a total of 13 apples each. Team 1, Bakugo, Ajuru, Uraraka, Shiro, and Momo. Hey, pass the cinnamon, Shiro asked Ajuru, who was heating up some sugar. He grabbed the bottle on his left to Shiro on the right. Bakugo, who was nearby, shouted, Where the F is the chili? Momo and Uraraka sighed. Momo created the sticks and put them into the apples. She then passed it to Uraraka, who she dipped the apples into the candy mixture in the bowl she was holding. She then placed it onto the wax paper on the counter. This actually might not take so long, Uraraka hummed as she swirled an apple in the mixture. That is, if the boys can get along. Momo and Uraraka looked at the fuming Bakugo and sighed. Team 2, Sato, Midoriya, Hitoshi, Todoroki, and Ajui. Hey Midoriya, what if we changed the colors of the tarts? Todoroki asked as he heated his hand and placed it underneath one of the small pastries. I don't know, hey Sato, do you think we should change the colors? Midoriya turned to Sato, who was cutting the apples with Hitoshi. If you want, maybe something like red or orange or something. Midoriya nodded and turned the apples into several fall colors, such as red, orange, and yellow. Karo, how much dough do you think we need? Ajui asked as she made some dough. Sato shrugged. We'll figure out what else to make later. Ajui caroed and went back to making her dough. Team 3, Kirishima, Mina, Kaminari, Shuji, and Jiraiya. Yeah. Mina cheered as she cut the apples into slices. Jiraiya then took them and peeled each slice. She dropped them into a pot and Shuji simmered them. Kirishima and Kaminari sat to the side, waiting for them to finish. When is it our turn? Kaminari whined as he leaned against Kirishima. Don't worry, it'll be our turn soon. Kirishima activated his quirk and punched his fists together. I hope so, Kaminari said, watching the three work. I'm bored and Gyre won't let me near the knives. Kirishima looked at Kaminari while thinking, good thing she didn't let him. Team 4. Koda, Hagakure, Aoyama, Tokoyami, and Ida. How long did it say to wait? Hagakure turned to Ida, who looked at the recipe on his phone. According to this website, we must wait for the apples, peas, and oranges to simmer for 2 hours. Then what are we supposed to be doing? Tokoyami questioned and Aoyama spun, releasing more of his sparkles. We can enjoy my beautiful glitter. Or we can go help the other teams? Hagakure said. Ida nodded. That is a good idea. Let's go see if they need any help. It turned out that no one needed help. A few hours later, everything was done. The apples were finally used up. Geez, we made a lot, Midoriya said as he poured some cider into his cup. Todoroki passed his cup to Midoriya, who also filled it and passed it back to Todoroki. At least we won't have to worry about it anymore. Hagakure pointed out. Yeah, that's true. Midoriya took a sip of his cider and grabbed a mini apple tart as well. I hope that we won't have to worry about anything like this. Hitoshi stared at Midoriya. You better not jinx us. Midoriya shuddered. I hope not. Why the F? Did we only make one chamoy apple? Midoriya knew something was wrong when he woke up. Since, you're not supposed to make bell noises when you move. Getting up, he made some more bell noises. Putting on his uniform and getting his bag, he went to the bathroom to quickly brush his teeth. As he moved, ringing noises kept annoying. It seemed it wasn't only him because everyone kept staring at him as he brushed his teeth. By the time he went downstairs, he was already tired of the noise. Who the F is making that noise? Bakugo yelled and Midoriya flinched at the loud sound. It's me, Midoriya confessed and Bakugo glared at him. Find a way to shut it up. But just FDO it. Wincing, Midoriya moved his arm back and forth and concentrated on the sound. If he could change the pitch or loudness, then. It turned out that he could change both the loudness or the frequency, so he just made the sound as quiet as he could, which was barely being able to hear it. Good FING job, Bakugo grumbled. Oh, Mina said, is Bakugo complimenting Midoriya? Shut up, raccoon eyes. Midoriya sweat dropped as he went towards his friends. Hitoshi spotted him and waved. Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Ida followed in suit. Aoyama went overboard and threw some glitter in his face while saying, Bonjour, mon ami. He then shoved a piece of cheese in Midoriya's mouth. Hitoshi looked like he was going to faint. Oh, hey Aoyama. Midoriya chewed and swallowed his piece of cheese. Putting his bag in the space between Todoroki and Azui, he went to the kitchen and grabbed some cereal and milk. After making his breakfast, he went to the table where his friends were and started eating. Somehow, in the few short minutes he was gone, Uraraka had roped everyone into talking about mochi. Mochi is amazing. There's so many flavors and it's so sweet and chewy and, oh, hey Midoriya. Hey, Uraraka. Midoriya greeted her and took a scoop of cereal in his mouth. After he swallowed his food, Todoroki started to talk about his theories. Now, I took your advice and started to connect Hitoshi and Aizawa-sensei even closer, so I have to thank you for that, Todoroki began. Hitoshi hit his head on the table while mumbling, I'm done. I'm dead. But that wasn't why I said. Don't worry, Midoriya, I understand perfectly well. You do. Midoriya stared at Todoroki, who nodded. Yes, you don't want to betray Aizawa-sensei's and Hitoshi's trust, and so started to hint at relationships. Midoriya gave up. We must get to class now. Ida stood up and chopped his arms. Midoriya quickly finished his food before putting his bowl into the sink and following his friends out of the dorms and to school. Midoriya sat in his seat and worked on his work throughout the day. As the day went on, he felt more and more tired. Was it because he had to mentally control the bells? So imagine his gladness when hero training finally came. I am here. All Might came through the door with Aizawa next to him. Go put on your outfits and meet us outside, Aizawa said in a monotone voice. The two were a rather strange combo. Nonetheless, Midoriya grabbed his case and went to the changing room as fast as he could. He really wanted to stop controlling the bells. All right, young heroes in training. All Might said as they got to Ground Gamma, the place with all the pipes and factories. You all be split into 2 teams. Heroes and villains. Aizawa droned as he read out the names of each team. Hero team is Uraraka, Bakugo, Ida, Jairu, Koda, Sato, Hitoshi, Mina, Aoyama, and Ajur. Villain team is Midoriya, Kaminari, Kirishima, Todoroki, Shuji, Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu, Siro, Hagakure, and Azui. Got it? The class nodded and split into their teams. Okay. All Might declared, the villain's objective is to not be captured. The heroes are going to try to capture them with capture tape. You have 10 minutes to prepare and then the training will start. Now villain team, go and make your strategy. The team of 10 went into the many pipes. Alright, the other team has Jairu, but we also have Shuji, Midoriya said, so that means we have to be careful of any sneak attacks. Not only that, they have a nice mix of both long-distance and melee attackers. The team was in a factory as they strategized. Midoriya was leading the conversation. Then why don't we just stay away? Momo pointed out. Midoriya nodded. That's true, but with Jairu on their side, it'll take a lot of energy. Wait, what about your bells? Can't we use those? Kirishima thought and Midoriya slammed his fist against his palm. That's it. What's it? Kirishima asked and Midoriya explained his plan. Kaminari, Momo, Shuji, Todoroki, and Azui are important factors in this plan. Okay. The people mentioned nodded and Midoriya explained his plan. What should we do? Ida asked as they waited for the 10 minutes to end. Easy. Bakugo grumbled, we go in, blow up some sheet and capture them. Yes, but... Shut the F up. Ida sighed as he went to the others in the team. Got it? Midoriya said. Karo, you should be more confident like this, Azui said and Midoriya chuckled. Momo, can you? Momo nodded and created some earpieces and headphones. The headphones will block out any noise. Besides the earpieces that are inside the headphones, she explained as she passed them out. Your plans usually go right and are very creative, Todoroki thought and Midoriya flushed slightly. They're nothing as special. Man up, Midoriya. Kirishima said. Let's do this. Midoriya grinned and the people around him now understood the difference between seeing and experiencing Midoriya's feral smirk. Okay, let's effing do this. Bakugo stormed into the grounds. Earphones. They seem to have split up, Jairu said listening, but it seems like there's more than 10. That nerd must have done it with Ponytail. Should we split up? Ajura asked and Bakugo nodded. Go in teams of 2, he said and the teams split up. Are they coming? Midoriya said through the headset and Shuji confirmed it. Alright, start plan 2. A few moments later, several explosions rang through the grounds. Thank God that we have Dark Shadow, Midoriya thought as he heard Shuji say that the hero team was in a panic. Start plan 3. What the F dash? Bakugo shouted as stray pieces of metal flew through the air. That's my F job. We should get going. Mina said as she sprayed her acid, strong enough to melt the metal pieces. Suddenly, the acid started crackling with yellow electricity. What? Mina yelled as she got electrocuted. She dropped and All Might yelled in the speakers, Mina is out. What the F dash? Bakugo muttered as he dodged the falling metal. He couldn't afford to get out. He couldn't afford to get out. So of course he had to get trapped in between 2 metal nets. The F dash. Sorry, Bakugo, Kaminari said as he put his hand on both of the nets, but we need to capture you in order to have a bigger chance of succeeding. Besides, Momo came out, you'll have to run out of sweat sooner or later. And to make sure, Todoroki said as he jumped out of nowhere, we'll add some ice. A motherfucker. Bakugo shivered. I have F-ed no mothers, Todoroki said as the team left Bakugo shivering in their metal trap. Bakugo is out. All Might announced and Midoriya grinned. He was alone, a risky move, but he was going to take out a team made up of Jairu and Koda. The two had become good friends during their test. Time to let out the bells, Midoriya said through the set. Ready, he heard his team say. So he unleashed what he had stopped. Moving his arms back and forth, he let out his loudest sound. He was going to copy present mic, and since this was ground gamma and not a forest, there would be significant less amount of bugs. He could see the two clutch their ears, and so he did something he would only be able to do once. Midoriya grabbed the capture tape made by Momo and wrapped it around the two. Air, Jiru and Koda are out. Midoriya grinned as he left the two to find Hitoshi. Shoot! Uraraka said next to Ida. For people were already out. She looked around to see Dark Shadow racing towards them. Ida! Ida picked her up and Uraraka lessened their weight to make him go faster. However, she noticed the tape too late. Ida ran into the villain's trap. And it was Uraraka's fault. Don't worry, it's not your fault. I should have looked where I was running, Ida comforted her. Sniffling, she thanked him. Ida patted her back. 6 people? Hitoshi cursed under his breath. He had heard that strange ringing sound earlier and couldn't get closer to it. It was so strange, he could practically hear it. Wait, this wasn't his imagination. He quickly turned to see Midoriya jumping to him. Hitoshi wrapped him around in his scarf. However, he wasn't expecting Midoriya to pull himself in towards Hitoshi. The ringing was unbearable. Hitoshi could see the headset on Midoriya. However, Midoriya's capture tape had already gotten to him. Hitoshi is out. Midoriya turned to see Ajuru about to jump on him with his hands in his ears. Midoriya used Hitoshi to crash into Ajuru, causing him to take out his hands out of his ears. Midoriya used the opportunity to capture Ajuru. Sato and Aoyama looked around as they ran through the pipes. They could not to get caught. Aoyama heard something and aimed his naval laser at it and shot a quick shot. Nothing, Sato said. Aoyama was sure he heard something until something grabbed his mouth. Aoyama let out a muffled cry before something wrapped around his arms. Aoyama, out. Sato quickly turned to look at Aoyama when something jumped on him and captured him. It was Azui in camouflage. Hero team is captured. The winners are the villains. Aoyama smiled as Hagakure helped him up. He would not lose next time. The first thing Midoriya did when he woke up was saying, "Sometimes I wake up grumpy. Most days I let her sleep." That was when Midoriya should have noticed something was wrong because he usually didn't make jokes as soon as he woke up. As he walked past Hitoshi on the way to the bathroom, he snapped his fingers and pointed both his index fingers at him. One good thing about insomnia is that you won't wake up on the wrong side of the bed. Hitoshi stiffened and turned to look at Midoriya suspiciously. Are you making puns? Are they even funny? No, but they've grown on me. Hitoshi grumbled while Midoriya walked away to the bathroom. In there, he met Kirishima, who waved at him and said, "Oh, hey Midobro. Nice to see you too." Huh. There are a few gems among terrible rock puns. Okay. Don't these puns rock? Kirishima looked at Midoriya before going, "Oh, I get it. Not all your puns are crystal clear. Right, bro?" Kirishima turned to Todoroki, who was entering the bathroom. "I just want to do my conspiracy theories in peace." Todoroki walked out of the bathroom. There was a moment of silence, but it was broken when Midoriya said, "It's Xerox or nothing." Good one. Hey, what about? The two ended up saying puns back and forth the entire time they were in the bathroom. Hitoshi looked like he was going to die. Midoriya went downstairs and sat down at his table with his friends. "Oh, hey Deku. Hey, Uraraka. Yeah. Did you hear about the bird villains today? They were robbing a bank." Uraraka stared at him before going, "Oh, two can play that game." Ida looked back and forth at the two. "Why are you making bird puns?" he asked, trying to figure out the situation. Midoriya and Uraraka turned to him and said at the same time, "Because they're birdie-full. Karo, you should approach them with Kotayan." "Tsu, not you too. Were they from Turkey or Portugal?" Todoroki asked and Ida stared at him. "You can do puns?" "Totally from Portugal. But they managed to apprehend them," Midoriya brushed off. Tokoyami sat at the table trying to figure out what was going on. "I'm leaving." Midoriya reached out to him and said, "No. Come back." Tokoyami sighed while Dark Shadow came out and started laughing and making bird puns. It was going to be a long day. Aizawa was tired and was in his sleeping bag when the problem child came in and said, What a excellent day. I hope it's extra good. Another problem child walked in and replied, let's hope nobody's la. Good point, but it's a beautiful day. Aizawa was not going to question this anymore. But at least there was some coffee puns in it. Present Mike walked in and shouted, good morning, little listeners. You know what we're going to do today? Midoriya replied, what are we doing? We are gonna wait, we're punning? Snow way. Don't get tired of them. Kaminari shouted and Present Mike started laughing. Just the other day I was talking about puns. Can we just start the lesson? Hitoshi grumbled. Present Mike looked at him dead in the eye before saying, don't wail about these puns, it's as easy as it can be. Ida just gave up trying to control the class. Cementos was pretty sure that Midoriya was trying to tell him puns. He really was. After all, he wasn't a modern literature teacher for nothing. When Cementos asked him, Midoriya said, don't accuse me without some concrete evidence. So, Cementos did what Midoriya did. He made a pun. Start paying more attention because this will help pave your future. The class was silent before Cementos asked, what? You made a pun. Cementos-sensei made a pun. Plus it's concrete. Aren't you supposed to be the sane one around here? When are there ever sane people in UA? Cementos looked at his crazy class before saying, don't take me for granted. That comment made them go even more hysterical. Midnight was about to go into the classroom when Cementos stopped her and said, if you're going to go in there, make sure you have a pun or two ready. Midnight turned to Cementos, who was walking away before going her own way. Why did she need to have a pun ready? She opened the door to see her class. This was normal. Are you trying to look radishing? Now she understood. No, she struck a pose, I'm juice being myself. Midnight could notice that some of them looked like they wanted to die. Great pun. That was perfect. Midnight walked completely into the classroom and said, I hope you guys will appreciate me more. She could faintly hear someone mutter, why are the teachers like this? It was lunchtime and Midoriya was smiling ear to ear. For some reason, the teachers had been going along with his puns. He turned to Ida, looking distraught and asked, why do you look so down? Ida sighed and responded, I'm just tired of hearing so many puns. Narrowing his eyes, Midoriya mumbled, another one bites the crust. Ida looked like he was going to scream but then stopped himself and asked, who was the first? Midoriya pointed to Hitoshi and Tokoyami. Them. Dark Shadow decided it was the perfect time to come out and say, I find them very appealing. Midoriya laughed while Ida face-bombed himself. Thank you very much. All Might didn't know what to expect for Class 1A. According to the teachers, they had been making puns all day. As the class of 20 walked to him, All Might greeted them. Hello, young heroes in training. Hello, All Might. So far so. We'll tickle your funny bone. And he was wrong. But he had to admit, that pun was a bit funny. Do you know where my funny bone is? All Might asked and Zero said, don't worry, we'll just make it humorous enough. Alright, let's start hero training. You will be in partners and will have to spar against another pair and try to capture the other team. There's a time limit of 15 minutes each. The partners are already assigned to you. If I were a skeleton, I'd be rattled if my partner was Bakugu. What did you say, you half-beefy? Oh dear, All Might could feel a headache come. And he wasn't even Aizawa. Midoriya was awake. At 4 o'clock. And couldn't go back to sleep. Well, it was more like he wanted to go to sleep, but couldn't go to sleep. Was this how insomniacs felt? Was this how Hitoshi and Aizawa-sensei felt? Actually, he felt like Aizawa. Was he going to be Aizawa today or something? Midoriya, for some reason, didn't really care. All he cared about was figuring out whether he could get some jelly pouches. Midoriya had the bright idea to make himself some coffee. So, he changed into his comfort clothes, he'd change into his uniform later, put on his slippers and went downstairs. When he got there, he saw a familiar person with purple hair that defied gravity. Oh, hello Hitoshi. Hitoshi turned to see Midoriya and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Aren't you? Hitoshi was mildly impressed. Touché. You want coffee? That's the reason I came down here. Midoriya grabbed the coffee pot that had coffee that Hitoshi had already made and poured it into a mug. Then, he put a bit of sugar and milk into it. The coffee was still a pretty dark brown. Midoriya drank it. Midoriya, are you okay? Midoriya turned to Hitoshi, who was now concerned. Everyone knew that Midoriya liked. Not this. Midoriya shrugged and went back to drinking his coffee. Is this part of your quirk? Maybe. Midoriya turned to Hitoshi. Do you know where I can get some jelly pouches for lunch? Hitoshi knew there was something wrong as soon as Midoriya came down at 4 o'clock. Hitoshi knew there was something wrong when Midoriya asked for coffee. Midoriya barely drank coffee. Hitoshi definitely knew something was wrong when Midoriya didn't even make a latte. This kind of drink he would expect from Dadzawa or himself, not Midoriya. In fact, Midoriya was suspiciously acting like Dadzawa. Is this part of your quirk? Maybe. Do you know where I can get some jelly pouches? That confirmed it. Midoriya was Dadzawa. Or at least his attitude was. I think I know what your quirk is today. Oh really? Yeah. You're being Dadzawa. Aizawa-sensei? Yep. Your attitude's just like him. Can't sleep, jelly pouches, black coffee. The whole shebang. Huh. Midoriya finished the coffee in his mug and filled it up with more. So now what? I'll get you some jelly pouches later. Good. At around 7 o'clock, other people started showing up. Midoriya had been up for 3 hours and he was only starting to feel tired now. Geez. How messed up was his inner clock? Midoriya? Are you alright? Todoroki's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Yeah, Midoriya answered, drinking another cup of coffee. Why are you asking? Todoroki pointed at his face. You're acting completely different from yesterday and you have eye bags. Midoriya's hand went up to his face. Huh, I didn't notice. Deku, is that black coffee? Uraraka looked at his cup and Midoriya nodded. You're acting very unusual, Karo. Azui put her finger on her cheek. According to Hitoshi, I've got Aizawa-sensei's quirk. Ah. Midoriya took another swig at his coffee and asked, Hitoshi, while Ida was reminding him not to drink too much coffee. Sorry Ida, but it was too late. Yeah, Midoriya? Hitoshi answered. Where's my jelly pouches? The people around him sweat dropped. Problem child, you look tired, Aizawa commented as he walked into the room. You too, sensei. Midoriya looked at him in the eye. The two stared at each other in the eye for a few moments until Aizawa sighed and said, You got me, problem child. Momo raised her hand and Aizawa nodded at her. Hitoshi believes that this is his attitude today. Aizawa turned to his child, who nodded. Then, he sighed again. As long as Midoriya doesn't act like he did yesterday. Aizawa shuddered at the memory. Yesterday. Hey. To raise her head. Marry me. Ms. Joke walked into the room. Aizawa stared at her before saying, Why are you here? Ha. So funny. Ms. Joke turned to see Midoriya and said, Long lost child. Midoriya grinned before running up to Ms. Joke and hugging her while saying, Long lost second mother. Todoroki was furiously taking notes at the side. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and groaned. But don't think the effing nerd will. Bakugo pointed over his shoulder with his thumb. Aizawa turned to see Midoriya looking like he was going to die. He groaned. Midoriya was going to still be a problem, wasn't he? Hey! What's up, little listen? Present Mike looked at Midoriya, who stared right back at him. That, Present Mike stuttered while pointing at Midoriya accusingly with his pointer finger. That what? Midoriya asked in a deadpan voice and Present Mike promptly screamed. Another Shoyuda? Midnight asked Present Mike. The two were in the teacher's lounge. Present Mike was lying on his back on the couch while covering his face. His hair hung off the armrest of the couch. Midoriya was acting just like Shoyuda. Same look, same voice, same attitude. Present Mike explained while his voice grew louder and more panicky. There. Midnight patted Present Mike's head and turned to go teach Class 1B. Class 1A wasn't until later. And she had questions. Midnight soon had her questions answered when she opened the door. There, sitting in Midoriya's seat, was a Midoriya with Shuta's sheet-eating grin. She had to close the door and open it again to make sure she wasn't dreaming. After school and hero training, All Might was very uncomfortable with his successor being so un-Midoriya. Midoriya took a jelly pouch and put it in his mouth. You didn't even eat anything but jelly pouches. Not even Katsudon. Kaminari complained and Midoriya turned to him. Got a problem? No. Kaminari waved his hands in front of him frantically, trying to pacify the glaring Midoriya. Seemingly satisfied, Midoriya looked away and stopped glaring. Kaminari sighed mentally in relief. That was a close call. And now why do I have to put this on? It's proof that you are part of the Insomniac group. Which includes me and Dadzawa. Hitoshi and Midoriya were in Hitoshi's room. Midoriya held up the garment that Hitoshi wanted him to put on. Are you sure? Positive. I've got my own. Hitoshi put on his own version of what was in Midoriya's hands. There was almost no difference between the two, besides the fact that Hitoshi's was bigger than Midoriya's. Midoriya looked at the yellow thing he was holding before shrugging and putting it on. Hitoshi took a selfie of the two, the picture in the midst of many, many cat pictures. The selfie showed them wearing yellow sleeping bags with legs. So there are problems with my computer, so I won't be posting any updates besides on Midoriya's accidental quirky month. Thanks for understanding. From Ali Persona 125 chapter text. Midoriya woke up and had an urge. So, he changed into his uniform, brushed his teeth, and put his bag by the door. That was how he found himself clinging on Todoroki's left side. So, Midoriya, Todoroki began, pulling out a notebook that was painfully familiar. I want to know whether you are a secret love child of Aizawa-sensei and Ms. Joke and your relatives with All Might. I am not. Midoriya protested as he hugged Todoroki. Then explain what happened the day before yesterday. Midobro, why are you hugging Todoroki? Kirishima asked and Midoriya looked at him. He's comfy, Midoriya murmured and Kirishima sighed. Kirishima blinked. Midoriya was not hugging Todoroki's side anymore. Wait, where'd Midobro go? Kirishima panicked. Todoroki looked up from his notebook and replied, not here. Yeah, I know, but Midoriya's really comfy. Hagakure squealed. Todoroki and Kirishima turned their heads to see Hagakure with Midoriya. How what when why? Kirishima sputtered. Todoroki stared intently at Midoriya before shrugging and he continued to write in his notebook. However, that wasn't the only mystery. How did he get there? Shiro pointed at Hitoshi, who was sitting in his seat with Midoriya hugging his neck from behind. Shiro was positive that Midoriya was still at the dorms when he left. Hitoshi shrugged and leaned back while closing his eyes. Shiro turned around to talk with Kaminari behind him when he saw something strange. Kaminari was carrying a person on his back and his backpack was on the front side of him. That person was Midoriya. Shiro pointed at Midoriya once more while yelling, when did you get there? Kaminari stared at Shiro, confused. He's been here for about 30 seconds. I thought you knew that. Shiro looked back and forth between the two boys before sighing and putting his hand on his face. When he took it off, Midoriya wasn't on Kaminari anymore. Instead, he was with Jairu and Momo. Shiro stared at him. Kaminari followed Shiro's gaze and said, huh, I didn't notice. Shiro just gave up. Ida knew that as a class representative, he should be able to do his work quickly and accurately. That's why he had so many books in his dorm after all. However, even he couldn't figure out how Midoriya got from one place to another. Midoriya, Ida said, weren't you with Koda? How did you even get here? He moved his arms up and down, frustrated. He was here for a while. Uraraka tilted her head and said, right? Oh, he's gone. She looked around the table. He's over here. Tokoyami pointed next to him. Dark Shadow is cuddling with him. And sure enough, he was. His arms were wrapped around Dark Shadow's body and Dark Shadow's were around his. Dark Shadow's head rested on top of Midoriya's head. His hair is very soft. Dark Shadow exclaimed. Ida prided himself on his explanations for many things. But this was out of his knowledge. Sato was baking some cookies. Midoriya was being less energetic today and Sato was somewhat worried. Just then something hit his back. Sato turned his head. Midoriya was hugging him. Sato smiled and continued to bake. Midoriya was all right. It's just that he was more hugging than ever. Aoyama was the sparkliest, at least in his opinion. He had glitter. He had the fashion. He had the natural sparkliness. Almost nothing could stop his shine. Aoyama was eating his cheese, brie to be exact. Hitoshi was staring at him rather strangely, but many people stared at him. It was part of his charm. Aoyama looked at Hitoshi and winked. Hitoshi looked rather unusual and started muttering while walking away. Aoyama looked down on his lap to see Midoriya laying on it. Taking a rectangular piece of cheese, he put it in Midoriya's mouth. Cheese? Mon ami. Midoriya started chewing and when he swallowed, he said, "Thanks for the cheese, Aoyama." "You're welcome." Meanwhile, Hitoshi walked up to Todoroki, passed him some bills and said, "Please figure out how Aoyama seems to have an unlimited amount of cheese in his box." Todoroki pushed back the money and replied, "I'm on it." When asked about this, the two said no comment. Ajuru felt something hit his tail. Bringing his tail forward, he saw Midoriya on it, hugging it with his entire body. His arms and legs were wrapped around it and his face was snuggling against his fur. Ajuru shrugged before continuing to talk with Hagakure, who kept glancing at the green-haired boy. "Can anyone tell me why Midoriya has a bunch of cats?" Jairu said and Class 1A looked at her strangely. "Koda only has a bunny." Mina pointed out and Jairu nodded. "Exactly, so why does Midoriya have a bunch of cats?" A ding came from the elevator. Class 1A watched as the door opened and Midoriya stepped out of it, being followed by a kindle of cats. One was on Midoriya's fluffy head. "Midoriya, why do you have a group of cats following you?" Ida slowly said. Midoriya stopped and turned to Ida. "I have no idea." Midoriya then walked over to the group and the cats followed. Soon, everyone had petted at least 5 cats. Aizawa had popped in and was also joining the huddle. The class couldn't keep the cats so they ended up giving them to the adoption center. Midoriya was the last to leave. When they got to the dorms, "Why the F is there a shitty cat in Deku's hair?" Bakugo said. It wasn't even a question, just a statement. "I don't feel like telling you off so you can keep him, problem child." Everyone's sweat dropped at their teacher, who pulled out a sleeping bag with legs, got in it, and walked away. "So, what should I name him?" Midoriya asked. "What do you want to name him?" Shuji asked. Midoriya stared at the brown and white cat. He stared right back. "Kaneko. Your names are very unusual, Karo," Azui said while Bakugo yelled, "Who the F names their F cat, cat child?" Everyone's sweat dropped once more. If there was one thing Midoriya really wanted to know, it was how to take care of a cat. The cat in question was walking around and between his legs, purring as he nuzzled them. Kaneko was indeed the most precious cat child. He carefully picked up his precious cat child, went out of his room, and went to Koda. Koda would know what to do, especially since he had an animal friend as well. Knocking on Koda's door, Midoriya then scratched behind Kaneko's head. Kaneko purred softly. The door opened to reveal Koda. "You're here because of your cat, correct?" Midoriya nodded. Koda smiled and brought out a box full of kitty litter as well as some small bags of cat food and a carrier. "I bought some earlier," Koda explained, "in case I ever met some other animals. I've got dog food as well." Midoriya nodded once more and grabbed the food while holding the furry animal in his other hand. Koda held the carrier by the handle, which rested on the inside of his elbow, like a purse. He then carried the litter box with Ho's 2 hands. The two put some bags of food and the carrier in Midoriya's room. They also put the litter box in. Midoriya was pretty sure that Kaneko was somehow house-trained, considering that he didn't go in his room. Instead, Kaneko insisted on going outside and went in the sand there. His adorable cat kid was smart. "He's very cute," Koda petted Kaneko. "Just like you." Midoriya winked. The words seemed to slip out of his mouth. Koda's eyes went wide and he squeaked before saying, "Thank you, Midoriya." Midoriya grinned and said, "No worries," in a teasing voice. Koda went pink and Midoriya's grin grew wider. How many people could he get to blush? Mina was downstairs, talking with the Baku squad minus Bakugu, when she saw it happen. Not the movie, but it might have been a DMN movie. Midoriya was standing next to Azui, who was blushing. Because Midoriya was flirting and winking at her. The cinnamon roll was flirting. Azui was blushing and stuttering. Mina didn't know what was more surprising. Whoa, is Midobro flirting? Kirishima asked and Kaminari whistled. DMN, he's smooth. Midoriya must have heard the two because Midoriya turned to them and winked flirtatiously. The hell? Siro's jaw dropped. How is he so smooth? Kaminari hissed and Mina could only say, I have no idea. Todoroki was working on his conspiracy theory notebook when he spotted Midoriya making Jiraiya blush. Todoroki rubbed his eyes and looked again. Yep, that was Midoriya all right. He tapped his pencil to his chin as he stared at the flirting Midoriya. This style of flirting seemed similar. Very similar. A light bulb lit up above his head. Of course, how could he miss it? It wasn't that Midoriya was a secret love child of all these pro-heroes. It was that Midoriya was taught or related to them. Or maybe he turned into different people's love children every day. Todoroki started to scribble furiously into his notebook, recording his newfound theories. Bakugu was not going to have a shitty day. Whatever the shitty nerd do, he would not affect Bakugu. At least, that's what he thought when he got to the common room. The DMN nerd walked up to him and fluttered his eyelashes. You're like a Pomeranian, so cute. The F-dash? If only you were nicer, he continued and Bakugu could feel his eye twitch. F you! Bakugu shouted. Deku looked at him in the eye, leaned forward, winked and said, Me too. You're saying you'd top me? Pretty straightforward. The F is going on. Don't wait. Bakugu blushed a furious red. What the F was the Demon Deku talking about? Dumb shitty nerd. You're not denying it. The people around him gaped. Then again, if Bakugu were in their position, he would too. Stay the F away from me. What the F is going on in your head? Balaga backed up and Deku-fan-ji giggled. Gee, I knew you were a bottom. Oh, that if Midoriya's really different, Karo. The frog mumbled and she turned pink. What the f was happening? Aizawa was not ecstatic for today. His problem child senses were tingling. He walked into the teacher's lounge to quickly grab some black coffee before homeroom when he spotted two people sitting on the couch and talking. To be exact, they were the two people he never wanted to see together, besides Nizu and the problem child. They were Midnight and Problem Child. Aizawa listened into their conversation to hear flirting tactics? Villain apprehension with flirting tactics? Honey-trapping villains and spying for underground heroics? What? Aizawa could feel his exhaustion increase. Present Mike walked into the room for 1 minute and ran back out. Midoriya was flirting and many people were either blushing, flustered, or a combination of both, either physically or mentally. He burst into the teacher's lounge and yelled, The broccoli cinnamon roll is flirting. Flirting? Present Mike accidentally activated his quirk at the end of his declaration. He saw Shoyuta sit up and say, Your problem for this PRD, before lying back down and going back to sleep in his sleeping bag. Present Mike started wailing. Midoriya hummed to himself as he went back to the dorms. He had stays behind for around half an hour or so to talk with Midnight. Besides the, R-rated part of her, it was rather enlightening to talk with her. As he entered the dorms, he winked at the few people that were there and made them flush. Going into the elevator, he pressed the button to his floor and waited as he grinned at the number of people he made blush. God, Class 1B's reaction was so funny to watch. As the elevator opened, he went to his door and passed Tokoyami, who stared at him before going back to his dorm while muttering something along the lines of a mad banquet of darkness. Midoriya's grin was still on as he opened his door to his dorm and picked up his precious cat child, Kaneko. Today was rather interesting if he said so himself. Midoriya should have known that something was wrong when he felt the urge to dive off a cliff. He wasn't suicidal. It was just that he was bored. Yep, he, Midoriya Izuku, student of one of the best hero schools in the world, was bored out of his mind. Going out his dorm room, he brushed his teeth and went downstairs. Hello, Midoriya. Tokoyami greeted him and Midoriya smiled and waved to him. Hey, Tokoyami! Just then Kaminari and Shiro rushed up to him. Midoriya! Kaminari yelled in his ear and Midoriya jumped. Yeah. Teach us your ways. Midoriya tilted his head. What ways? Shiro rolled his eyes. Flirting, of course. Midoriya stopped for a moment before turning red. I don't know how to flirt. That was just the quirk. He began to mumble while Shiro and Kaminari gave him a deadpan look. Sure, you don't know how to flirt. Not like you had the entire school blushing, Kaminari pointed out and Midoriya flushed once more. Midoriya, I have a theory. Todoroki's voice rang out and Midoriya sighed in relief. Yeah, Todoroki? Todoroki pulled out the notebook and said, I have evidence that you change into different people's love children every day due to your quirk. Midoriya had to take a couple of seconds to understand what his friend was saying. Luckily, Uraraka was able to save Midoriya. Sighing in relief once more, he turned to Uraraka and said, Where do you think I can get some bungee cord? I doubt that Momo would make some for me. Uraraka raised an eyebrow. Deku, why do you need bungee cord? I may or may not want to jump off something. Dude, Kirishima walked in, why do you want to jump off something? Everyone who wasn't interested before was now listening into their conversation. Midoriya shrugged. For fun. Ida waved his hand back and forth like a robot while saying, Midoriya, you cannot just do something like this for the fun of it. It is dangerous and dash. Fun, right? Midoriya's eyes shined with excitement and Ida faltered. No, it is not fun as you put it. Awesome. No. Uraraka shook her head frantically. Amazing. Are you okay? Kaminari asked and Midoriya turned to him. Are any of us okay? Midoriya shot back. He's got you there, Hitoshi said, mildly impressed. No jumping off anything, promise me that, Ida said, exasperated. Fine, grumbled Midoriya and everyone sighed in relief. That is, until Midoriya walked into the kitchen and grabbed a knife. What the F are you going to do with that, shitty Deku? Midoriya hummed as he spread his fingers and stabbed the knife in between the spaces of his fingers. It was silent besides the humming of Midoriya and the sound of the knife lightly hitting the table. Then chaos broke out. Stop him. Grab that knife. Move all pointy things away from him. The F are you doing, you shitty nerd? Why is he like this today? At least it's not a school day. Help me get him to a couch or something. The class quickly got the knife out of Midoriya's hands and hid it away. They then brought him to the couch and sandwiched him between Todoroki and Uraraka. So, now that problem was settled, now what? Momo sighed in relief. Why can't I have the knife? Midoriya whined. Because we trust you less than Kaminari with it today, Jiraiya replied with a, hey, from Kaminari. At least there's no pointy things near him. Ajuru wasn't able to finish that thought since Midoriya had somehow pulled a knife out of his hair. The class exploded once more. Why is there a knife in his hair? What the actual F-dash? Sheet. There's so many knives on him. When did he even get them? How did he even get them? If there was one thing that Class 1A now knew, it was that today was going to be troublesome. Very troublesome. Midoriya, we cannot ride a motorcycle, none of us have a license. Why not? Let's get one today. We don't even have a motorcycle, Shuji sighed and Midoriya beamed. No problem, I'll just get Todoroki and use his dad's credit card. No. Midoriya, get back over here. Hey, if we put baking soda and vinegar together, we get an explosion, right? Yes, Momo hesitantly confirmed, wondering where Midoriya was going with this. Midoriya grinned. Can we get some soda bottles? Midoriya asked and Momo replied, what for? To make explosions. Momo was considering about letting him do it. That is, until Midoriya said, I'll tape 4 of them upside down to chair legs and fly or something. Midoriya, no. Midoriya, yes. Momo had to make some rope and tie his wrist to a table leg. It did not work. Did you know that the closest amusement park's only 20 minutes away from here? Midoriya turned to Todoroki who was next to him. No, I did not. I've never been to an amusement park before. Midoriya gasped and said, we should go. The steepest roller coaster in the world is in that park. Okay. No, Todoroki, Midoriya. Ida yelled and Midoriya pouted. No fun at all. Hey, Kaken, can I? No. I didn't even finish my question. Good, I don't want to listen to your effing idiotic ideas. But, Kaken. Ivy said no. Mine, Midoriya murmured. Bakugo grew a tick mark on his forehead and whipped his head at Midoriya. What did you say? Bakugo. Stop trying to blow up Midoriya. The Baku squad then spent almost half an hour trying to catch Bakugo and Midoriya. It took another half an hour to calm him down with Kirishima. Get down from the roof. 18 students were looking up at the roof from outside. Midoriya was holding a sheet and stood at the edge of the roof. Relax, I'll only jump once. Midoriya yelled down to his worried class below. How about no jumping at all? Hagakure said and Midoriya responded, but that's no fun. Midoriya. Mina yelled, but Midoriya was getting ready to jump. However, someone pulled him back by the collar and hit his neck with the side of her hand. Midoriya fell unconscious. Uraraka carefully put him on the ground. She looked over the edge and gave her class a thumbs up. Good job, Karo. Azui yelled to her. Uraraka sheepishly grinned. For the rest of the day, they tied Midoriya to a chair with rope from Momo and Siro's tape. Midoriya tried to roll over. Keyword, tried. Immediately after realizing that he couldn't do that, he opened his eyes. He was in the common room, in the middle of a bunch of couches. On the couches were all of Class 1, even Bakugo. Midoriya looked down. He was tied and taped to a chair. Midoriya furrowed his eyebrows. Before remembering what happened the day before. Oh God, he whispered, making sure that he didn't wake his friends up. At least my friends aren't awake yet. Huh? I thought I was asleep? Uraraka's voice said and Midoriya whipped his head to the source. Uraraka was rubbing her eyes. Now that Midoriya thought about it, weren't all of them starting to wake up? Oh, hello Midoriya. Sorry about tying you up. You were a bit of a hassle yesterday. He turned to Momo and said, no worries. Momo smiled and started to stand up. She stretched her arms before going over to the green-headed boy and untapping and untying him. So, can I go and brush my teeth now? Midoriya asked and Momo nodded. I'll go with you, Mon Ami. Aoyama raised his hand and Hitoshi nodded. We have to be ready in case of any disaster, Tokoyami said and Midoriya waved his hands in front of him. You don't have to, Tokoyami, Hitoshi, Aoyama, Midoriya protested and suddenly, the four felt a tug in their gut towards each other. What did you do this time? Todoroki tilted his head and Midoriya shook his head. I didn't do anything. Whatever the force was seemed to disagree, since it made Midoriya raise his hand and made him point to the elevator and zoomed the four to it. It then made Midoriya push the buttons to close the door and go up. The remaining 16 were silent before Azui carroed, well, that was something. The others thought in their head, of course it was something. Midoriya, Tokoyami, Hitoshi, and Aoyama stood in the elevator, waiting for the door to open. Well, the universe seems to want to go against Midoriya, non? Aoyama broke the silence between the four. What a mad banquet of darkness, Tokoyami muttered. Hitoshi was quiet for a moment before saying, Midoriya, say, I do not have Kenneo in my hands. Why? Just do it. Midoriya shrugged and repeated what Hitoshi told him to say. I do not have Kenneo in my hands. With a pop and a bit of light blue smoke, Kenneo dropped into Midoriya's hands. The people in the elevator were silent. The door to the elevator opened with a ding. That's when the four started to explode. How did that happen? Dark shadow appeared from Tokoyami's body and Hitoshi was gaping like a fish. He wasn't expecting his theory to work, but it did. Wa? Kenneo! Midoriya exclaimed. Kenneo meowed and rubbed his paw to the top of his head. So, if you say something, the opposite will happen? Tokoyami thought and Aoyama sparkled and replied, Must be we? I hope that nothing. Midoriya wasn't able to finish his sentence when Hitoshi slapped his hand on Midoriya's mouth. Don't finish that sentence, he hissed, and Midoriya's eyes went wide. Midoriya furiously nodded, and Hitoshi hesitantly took his hand off Midoriya's mouth. Let's go, the elevator has been open for a while. Tokoyami pointed over his shoulder, and the three nodded. After several close calls, they were finally able to brush their teeth. By that time, everyone downstairs had completely woken up and were on their way to the bathrooms. Hey Midoriya, Kaminari whispered to him. Midoriya turned to Kaminari and tilted his head. He and the three that shared his floor had decided that Midoriya should not say anything accidentally. God knew what would happen. I wanted to know whether you can maybe help me study? And maybe with Shiro, Ashido, and Kirishima? Midoriya was not expecting that. He knew that the four were having trouble with their grades, but he didn't think that they would want to use his quirk. Kaminari must have seen something on his face, because he said, "It's not like I'm going to cheat with your quirk, I just want to be able to study." Midoriya bit the bottom of his lip before nodding. Kaminari lit up and thanked him. Kaminari, Ashido, Shiro, and Kirishima are not in the mood to study. Kaminari straightened up and started to walk towards the elevator. Thanks, Midoriya. Midoriya nodded and waved Kaminari goodbye. Little did he know that that encounter would not be the last. Hey Midoriya. Mina walked over to him. Midoriya was reading a book, Redwall to be exact. It was an old, pre-Quirk era book, but Midoriya liked it. He could relate to Matthias very much. You were the one who got us to study, right? Midoriya nodded and Mina beamed. Thanks a lot. I was finally able to understand cosine versus sine. Midoriya smiled and Mina clapped her hands. Say, think you could get Todoroki to talk to me? I want to compare ships but don't have a notebook. Midoriya looked at her and she waved her hands in front of her. Just a notebook. He sighed and said, Ashido does not have a notebook filled with her ships. A pink, sparkly notebook dropped into her hands. Thanks, Mido. Midoriya waved Mina goodbye as she sprinted to the elevator. He was totally going to break the economy, wasn't he? It wasn't until 9 other requests that he thought of the idea that would either work or fail. He went up to the main school building and knocked on the principal's office door. Hello, Midoriya. Nizu greeted him. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck and grabbed a piece of paper in his pocket. He passed it to Nizu, who read the note and smiled sadistically. I think this is a great idea. Let's start, shall we? The police gathered in a wide circle. In the middle were Midoriya, Nizu, Eraserhead, and some other pro-heroes. Ready, problem child? Midoriya nodded. Opening his mouth, he said, The League of Villains are not in this circle handcuffed with quirk-nullifying HFs. With a pop, the universe did the opposite of what he said. Dabi, Shigaraki, Kurogyri, Toga, Mr. Compress, Spinner, and Twice were all in HNDCFFS. The hell? What hacker brought us here? Are you all right, Tamura? Izukuin. Shigaraki's eyes landed on Midoriya and he snarled, You. Midoriya watched as the police towed the League away. Aizawa sighs before saying, You really are a problem child, you know that, right? Midoriya gave him a sheet-eating grin. Midoriya knew that he probably shouldn't be doing this. Scratch that, he knew that he probably shouldn't be doing this and that it'd probably make his entire class go crazy. Not like they were crazy to begin with, but still. Should he be doing this? Midoriya checked his phone to see Nizu, the principal, send him a text message saying, Whatever idea you have, you are allowed to do it without any punishments. That was rather concerning, seeing that the principal had gotten his phone number, knew that he was planning something, and was encouraging it. But if Nizu wanted a show, he'd get a show. Probably by Aizawa-sensei 2 days later. Midoriya woke up and went out the dorms. He had put on the uniform that he found and put it on, considering it was a Monday and that it probably was his uniform for school. Going downstairs, he walked to the group of students that were on the couches. Midoriya furrowed his eyebrows as they looked over at him. Hey, Midoriya. Uraraka waved at him and he replied. Who's Midoriya? And who are all of you? The sentence hanged in the air like an omen. Class 1A stared at the confused broccoli boy, their cinnamon roll, the one who practically inspired them to do their best. His memories were missing. It didn't seem like all his memories were missing, only the ones involving his personal life. Midoriya looked at them questioningly as he answered questions about All Might. When he was asked whether he met All Might before, Midoriya tilted his head and said, "I'd think I'd remember meeting the number 1 hero, right? And why am I in the UA dorms? This is you, like you said, right?" That's when everything went haywire. Poor Midoriya looked confused as Class 1A started a debate right there and then. It's All Might, how could he forget? Let's take him on a tour. Sensei's going to be confused. All Might's going to look sad, Karo. We have classes. Shut the F up, Four Eyes. It wasn't until Shuji pointed out that Midoriya needed to stay somewhere with them, since he couldn't remember. The 19 students looked over at Midoriya in sync, which must have scared him, since he started to go, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ida was first to explain. "Well, you're going to UA as a student. We're going to take you to our classroom to meet our sensei and learn, alright?" Midoriya nodded eagerly. It wasn't every day that you got to learn at UA. Ida seemed rather pleased that Midoriya had agreed. If he hadn't, Ida wouldn't know what to do. Mina beamed and grabbed Midoriya by the wrist. "Come on. Let's go." And so, Hitoshi ran up to grab Midoriya's bag. After several minutes of them telling Midoriya about UA and Aoyama giving him some cheese, Todoroki was writing in his notebook furiously. Hitoshi came back down and passed him his bag. Midoriya took it and put it on. "Ready?" Hagakure threw her hands in the air. Midoriya nodded. "Yeah." "He's taking this rather well," Azui thought out loud and Tokoyami added, "If you count going into a mumble storm, taking it well. It's probably because he can't remember anything about himself, so he has no choice but to accept it." "True, Karo." The two watched as Midoriya was dragged towards the school by Mina, followed by the Baku squad and Bakugo grumbling. The so-called Deku squad hurried after them. Surprisingly, the plan was going well. Midoriya looked around his classroom. His friends were explaining the seating chart to him with so many words, Midoriya would genuinely be confused if he had lost his memory. "And Aoyama's there and you're there. But you always get scared by Bakugo, which is that Pomerian over there. What did you say? Anyway, Jairu and Shuji are near each other here. What are you doing? Go to your seats." A new voice appeared. Everyone turned around to see Aizawa. "But, Sensei," Momo began to explain. However, she was cut off by Midoriya, who said, "You're Eraserhead, right?" The scarf gave it away. Aizawa stared at Midoriya for a moment. "Problem child, you know I'm Eraserhead." "I do." "Yes," Aizawa sighed. He then turned to the rest of the class. "Would anyone like to explain to me what's going on?" Aizawa looked at the confused Problem Child as his other students explained the situation. Problem Child had apparently lost his memory for today. He sighed. This was going to take up a lot of his precious sleeping time, wasn't it? "And that's the entire story, Sensei," Jair concluded and Aizawa sighed again. "Okay then, Problem Child, I mean Midoriya," the green-headed cinnamon roll perked up when he heard his name. "You sit in the 3rd seat by the window." "Thanks, Eraserhead. My name is Aizawa. Call me Aizawa-sensei. Or Dadzawa. It's what I do," Hitoshi piped up and Aizawa glared at him before turning back to Midoriya. "Do you understand?" "Yep," Midoriya said and he walked over to his seat. The 19 others watched him before exploding. "That's where we've been trying to get him to sit for so long. How come that explanation worked but not ours?" "Well, ours weren't as lengthy." "Eschew obfuscation indeed." "What does that mean?" "My glitter is as sparkly as always." Aizawa then used his quirk. His eyes turned red and his hair floated. "Go to your seats." The class scrambled around the room to get in their seats. Midoriya watched the chaos before asking, "Is this normal?" Aizawa sighed. This was as normal as it was going to get. After a long day of school, All Might looked so confused when Midoriya ran up to him with his notebook, asking for an autograph. Class 1A finally went back to the dorms. Midoriya was skipping as he hugged his notebook. "I can't believe I got a signature from All Might. I knew that he had some sort of transforming quirk, since anyone would recognize All Might, But I didn't expect it to be that puny. Kaminari snorted and Siro tried to keep in his chuckles. Bakugo growled before hitting Midoriya on the head. Don't call him effing puny. Midoriya clutched his head and turned towards Bakugo. But isn't it true? Right, Kakin? Bakugo's eye twitched. Who taught him that? Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro started laughing their heads off. Bakugo's hands lit up with explosions as he started to chase them. Get thee back here, soy sauce, raccoon eyes, dunce face, and shitty hair. Midoriya looked at the five and pointed at them while turning to the rest of the class. That's normal. Class 1A, minus Midoriya, Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, Siro, and Bakugo, sweat dropped. Midoriya smiled as he lied in bed. That had gone surprisingly well. He then thought of what he would do tomorrow. The smile turned into a grin. This was going to be fun. Meanwhile, Midoriya's ideas are so interesting. Nizu sipped his tea. He remembered some parts of the day, including the incident during lunch, All Might's face, and cackled. Midoriya's ideas were interesting. So interesting. Midoriya grinned as he woke up. Sitting up, he swung his legs off the bed and rubbed his eyes. Then his grin turned into a frown. Oh shoot, he didn't know what to do today. Well, this was a problem. Midoriya quickly scoured his brain for something. And he came up with something all right. Pig Latin. Hadn't he read something about it once before? All he had to do was say the first consonant, put it at the back of the word with I and boom. Done. There were other rules as well, but Midoriya knew them well enough. He had read a book about a Viking in training that had a pig that spoke Pig Latin after all. So, he put on his clothes, brushed his teeth, came back to his room, put on his uniform, got his school bag, and went downstairs. The elevator dinged as the door opened. Ave hei udge orning me, he waved cheerfully. The others looked at him, confused. Different people have different rules in Pig Latin. My way is using ye after a word that starts with a vowel. Yours might have way or I've heard both before. Don't you mean good morning? Jairu said and Midoriya faltered. Ye, udge orning me. What's he saying? Todoroki asked. Many people shrugged. Say good morning, Midoriya. Kaminari whined and Midoriya said, Udge orning. It's good morning, shitty nerd. Utsthe at why I'm ye ing tre o te I say. Udge orning me. Tokoyami then pointed out, maybe he's speaking another language. If we can look up a word, maybe we'll figure out how to understand him. Class 1A nodded. Momo took out her phone. Rich people, Uraraka grumbled, and looked up at Midoriya. Say a word again. Udge orning me. It sounded like Udge orning me, Mina put in her 2 cents. Bakugo rolled his eyes and said, Yeah, we know Pinky. According to this search, Momo began, I believe he is speaking Pig Latin. There was silence before everyone shouted. What the hell is Pig Latin? Who names something after a pig? Alright, that can't be a real language. Explained, Pig Latin is a made-up language formed from English by transferring the initial consonant or consonant cluster of each word to the end of the word and adding a vocalic syllable so chicken soup would be translated to ikanchai upse. Pig Latin is typically spoken playfully, as if to convey secrecy. Then how are we going to speak it? Uraraka asked. Ida turned to Aoyama. Aoyama, you speak French and Japanese, correct? Ida chopped his right arm. Aoyama nodded, twirled, and struck a pose, the background teal with yellow sparkles. Of course, mon ami. Je ne parle français. Where did that background come from? They all wondered. Midoriya then said, Aune atwai? How do we translate that? Sato asked and Momo looked at Midoriya. Midoriya, can you write normally? Midoriya went to the kitchen and grabbed a pencil. He then went through his bag and got out a paper. Writing on it he wrote, I'm ye otine idingre in ye igpe atenle. Putting the pencil down, he shook his head. The class groaned, grumbled, sighed, or a combination of the three. Aoyama tried to cheer him up with cheese. Todoroki and Hitoshi suspiciously looked at him. So, Hagakure started, how are we going to tell Aizawa-sensei, Mike-sensei, Midnight-sensei, and everyone else? Whatever Aizawa was expecting, it was not Midoriya speaking another language, a made-up one to be exact. He sighed as his class tried to explain how to speak it. "Alright, can we get a translator or something?" he groaned and his class stopped. "We, didn't think that," Siro sheepishly admitted, and Aizawa desperately wanted to sigh again. These kids were heroes in training, and yet sometimes they show the same amount of intellect as All Might. "Well, problem child, I'll let you use your phone to translate, only because I trust you. Got it?" Aizawa turned to Midoriya, who beamed, nodded, and gave him a thumbs up. This time, Aizawa really did sigh. His problem child was becoming even more problematic. Present Mike burst into the room like always, yelling out, "Who's ready to learn English?" Mike-sensei, Karo." Azui raised her hand. Present Mike pointed at her and said, "Hit me with what you want to say." Midoriya, Karo, can't really speak English today. "And why is that?" Midoriya stepped in to help Azui. "Because bei I ye and k only ye xpei and ye itre and ye igpei otenle, osi I ye and k ilire xpei English ye." Present Mike blinked for a moment before yelling, "What language was that?" Shuji answered with a tentacle, "Piglen." "He's supposed to be using a translator, but we didn't want him to get in trouble until we told you." Present Mike nodded dumbly. "Then, you're going to have to use your phone for me to understand." Midoriya smiled before pulling out his phone. Present Mike struggled to keep his smile up. He taught English, god damn it, not this pig Latin. Unchanged lay I am ite. Midoriya shot his hands up in the air and Ida commented, "That means lunchtime, am I correct, Midoriya?" Midoriya nodded. "Ipa. Udge obe. "Oh, thank you, Midoriya," Ida smiled. "Did you study Pig Latin during that free PRD during English?" Todoroki asked. Present Mike ended up screaming over halfway through the lesson and let them have the rest of the PRD off. Ida nodded. "Correct." Just then, Monoma strutted up to Class 1A. Well, it looks like even the teachers don't like Class 1A. That obviously means Class 1B is better. "Oge aweye, ease play, onomame," Midoriya said, and Monoma stopped. He then pointed to Midoriya and turned to the others. "Is that why he screamed?" They nodded and Monoma scoffed. "I should have known. I'm only going to say this once, but I take my words back. Anyone would scream if they had to translate Pig Latin." "Hey. It's the truth." Monoma shrugged his shoulders and he sauntered away. "What was that?" Uraraka asked, pointing at the retreating back of Monoma. "I believe that was Monoma saying sorry." Ida pushed up his glasses. "Weird," was Hitoshi's comment on it. "Revelry in the darkness." Todoroki shrugged and started walking. "I just want my cold soba." Midoriya, Hitoshi, Ida, Tokoyami, and Uraraka followed after him. Aizawa was going through his papers when he remembered that the quirk was only supposed to last 1 month. Aizawa did the math. It was 1 month and 2 days right now. He slammed his head on the table. Aizawa just gave up. Meanwhile, Nizu was cackling, spilling his tea everywhere. How long would it take for them to catch on? The teachers felt a shiver go up their spine. The rat god was doing something and they were too afraid to ask what.